All right, good afternoon, everybody. Happy Sunday. Thanks for being patient. Was running just a little bit behind today. Daylight savings got me playing catch up a little bit. I'm sure you all can relate. Can't believe it's daylight savings time already. It's awesome. So happy that the sun is starting to shine. Everything's starting to warm up a little bit more. Oh, this is the harvest, or not the harvest, but the time where seeds are planted. It's an awesome time. Really, this is to me, springtime is the real new year. After the dead of winter and everything dying off, maybe you all have been dying to the old version of yourselves. I hope so. If you've needed to, I hope you've done that this winter. Doesn't matter though if you haven't, if you still need to. But it's just a great time to refresh, shake off our feathers, and say hello to the world again. I want to say hello to Amanda. What's going on? Hello, Max. I'm running errands, so I won't be here for a bit, but wanted you to know I'm here. Awesome to know you're here. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. There's Deborah. Hi, Max. I'm so glad you started early so I can be here and still get to sleep at a normal time. Yes, yeah, big hugs. Big hugs for that. I do keep you in mind in that space, and Sundays are definitely better to go earlier as well. How have you been doing? What's been going on? You've been working your tail off? Yeah, hopefully. I mean, you didn't go to sleep. You were up till like 3 a.m. with me last time. That was wild. We took that live stream a long ways. That was really cool. So hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, these are good times. I feel like it was a good time to start my YouTube channel at the beginning of December too, which the way Colorado snowed this year, it really felt like that was the beginning of winter. It was a late winter. And now it's early spring. Late winter and early spring, which is so weird to say here in Colorado. We normally have sometimes agonizingly long winters. They used to go till, when I was growing up here, they'd go till June a lot of the time. It wouldn't really feel like summertime, or springtime for that matter, until like mid-May, June. So I'll take it. I mean, if it's not going to snow, bring on the sun and the warmth. Hopefully you guys are feeling me on that too. Whatever seasons you're at, I know we're kind of all over the world here, so it's different, even different seasons for some people who are watching this, which is really cool perspective to have. But yeah, just tuning in, daylight savings time. It's crazy. I know we did lose an hour though today, Deborah. I mean, daylight savings, that's universal, right? I don't even know if that's just like over here in the West. That happens everywhere, right? I sent you some silly updates via email when you have the chance to see it. It has been really great. Crazy synchronicities. Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't check my email since I think yesterday was the last time I checked it. For some reason, that email doesn't give me notifications, so sorry about that. Sorry I didn't get to you, but I will see it and I'll respond. I look forward to hearing what you have to say, what you've been going through. A lot of synchronicities have been going on. Amanda was having some she was commenting on and telling me about. Last stream, I felt like there was a lot of them with Neo just buying the same book I was reading just then, and a lot of different things you guys have been telling me about. So, yeah, I wonder, is it still, so it's 2 o'clock here now. Is it 10 o'clock where you're at, Deborah, or is it still 9 o'clock, a 7-hour difference? Oh, but yeah, it's just, we don't have it here. Okay, that's what I was wondering. But it's getting brighter, and then in summer, we have midnight sun. Oh, really? A midnight sun, for real? Uh, 8, 8, 8:13 there, huh? I had to do math there. I'm an American. The military time, but I got it. It's easy. Nice. Okay, so you're okay. 8:13. So yeah, now we're only 6 hours difference. So we got an hour different, or we caught an hour. We gained an hour for each other. That's kind of nice. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, again, happy daylight savings to all of us in the West and who are doing that. It's a weird thing. Like I almost kind of wish we didn't have daylight savings. It's nice when it comes around because the days do get longer. But yeah. It's 6 hours, 7 hours. Yes, it's 6 hours now because we lost an hour, so our clocks went forward this morning 1 hour. So that's why I was running a little bit behind today, just catching up a little bit, doing the daylight savings things. Sleeping to when I normally sleep was an hour later today, so had to scurry my little self along. But yeah, let me know who's in the chat. Let me know who else is here. What's going on? How's everyone doing? How's your synchronicities, your manifestations, your life, how's your body feeling? How's the emotions flowing? What what energies are you picking up on? What are you feeling? Are you feeling more sensitive? Are you feeling a little bit fatigued, a little bit more tired? Are you feeling more energy, like a spark of energy? I'm curious what everyone else is going through. I'm kind of just riding this steady wave right now. Still kind of recovering from my my nervous system flare up a touch. So still integrating that in. So just kind of like riding the neutral present moment wave as much as I can right now. And other things are starting to come online as well. Yeah, there's days where I have a little bit more fatigue, and there's days where I feel a little bit better. And I do everything to keep myself like not, because it's the thing that I kind of quarrel with when people are saying, "Oh, the energy right now is weighing me down. It's wearing me out," because that is just like, that's an experience, and that's a belief we buy into. If we do think of it in that way. But there's also a lot of things we can do to mind over matter it a little bit and not be subject to what we think is going on in the world or what's going on energetically or with the planets and the stars, with your star chart or whatever it is. I've never really been big into those things, but it's important not to be subject to the times at hand, not be subject to what other people are saying about if you're feeling this way, it's normal or blah, blah, blah. Like that could be comforting and soothing sometimes, but it can also be like a little bit of, bypassing a little bit or convincing yourself that you don't need to work on the things you need to work on to allow your energy to be where it needs to be and where you want it to be and where you prefer it to be. We're not subject to the way the planets are aligned and, because, or the time of year or the day or whatever. We're not subject to things outside of us to determine how we feel. They may have an influence. I mean, I don't really think anyone can really prove any of that, honestly. That's kind of my thing about it. But anyways, all that's to say, I hope you're all feeling well, and if you're not feeling well, ask yourself why you're not feeling well. What feels unwell about you? What definitions do you think you have in place that are keeping you from feeling well? Like I said, for me, sometimes things come up, like I think I mentioned to some of you, but I had like a nervous system flare up about 3 or 4 weeks ago. With no outside reason. It was just something happening, something I was going through, and there's a message behind that. So I just leaned into it instead of pushing it away and resisting it. And there was a message behind it. And for me, that was that I need to devote and dedicate and focus intensely, being in the present moment. Because I think it was just me saying, look, if I'm wanting to go where I say I want to go with this channel and who I want to be and who I want to help in the world, then this needs to occur as well. And so I'm working with those energies, and from that, I'm in that recovery phase. But so it's okay to give yourself grace in those times, but you don't want to stay stuck in it too long or say I'm going through this and I don't know when it's going to end, but we'll just ride it out and see what happens. You have more control than you think over your body and the way you feel and everything. And so I'm saying that to all of you as much as I'm saying it to myself in these times where it feels like I'm kind of in the recovery phase, just kind of learning how to reassess and reevaluate myself and my beliefs and my definitions and what works for me. So it's good to just be good and patient with yourself and give yourself grace, but not feel like you got to wait for the stars to align, so to speak, or anything like that, or the outside to align, for you to give yourself permission to feel how you prefer to feel. You ride the wave when it happens. Absolutely, there's something to learn from it. We don't want to guilt and shame ourselves away from feeling the emotions and feeling the transitions and the evolvement and the growing pains that we all go through from time to time. We don't want to push those away, say we need to feel better. I prefer to feel better, but I'm just feeling, I'm not saying to rush the process, but I'm just giving you a perspective and an offering that you can give yourself grace and go through those things. But mentally, okay, well, I'm going through this, but I don't have to stay here, and I prefer to grow from this. I prefer to feel better from this. I prefer to be more of who I really am from this circumstance that's going on right now in my body or in my life. And I'm going to grow from it, and I'm going to let it go. Because the quicker that you can let go of the control over all of it, the quicker it's going to process through you. The more you try to mind fuck your way out of what you're feeling, and the more resistance you have and the more band-aids you try to put on it or self-medicate or complaining to your friends or whoever to kind of vent about it, the more you do that, the more resistance, the more slow, the more, it's going to take a lot more time to get yourself through what you're going through so you can get to the next step. So I just want to mention that because we all go through our processes differently with different timings, so it's important not to compare ourselves and our process and how long it's taking us compared to how long it's taking others. We got to ride our own wave in that way. And I'll get more into that as well. I get an earthy feeling. Are you a Capricorn? No, I am a Sagittarius. I'm a Sagittarius. But the earthy feeling, I need nature, so in that way, for sure. Feeling like learning how to ground myself. LOL fail. It's all good. Yeah, it's like, and that's just, that's just another example. I feel like, oh, you're this way, or you use your mind like this, or you're a business person, or you're in the arts, or you do this. You must be this star sign. I just think that's a funny thing that some people in the spiritual community do, and like if you're this, what's your star sign? Oh, I don't think I can be with you. People ask about their star signs these days in their like Tinder profile or when they're on a date with someone, and if they're the wrong star sign, then they automatically are like, oh, this isn't going to work out, or this is going to be difficult, and they have all these preconceived notions that they think just because you are that star sign. And that to me is just silly, but if you're into it, you're into it, and it's all good. So I'm not trying to say that you're wrong or bad for that, but just sharing my perspective on it. Yeah, it's a bit far-fetched. Yeah, I think it's just easy to like put the blame on the way the planets are aligned and say that's why you're feeling the way you're feeling, or that's why you're in a moment of contrast, or you're struggling right now, or you're having challenges, or health problems, or your relationships feeling tight, or the chemistry between you and your family feels off, and between your lover feels off. It's just because Saturn's doing this thing and it's looping around Pluto, and they're kind of like discombobulated right now. Mars is like turned the opposite way. The moon is doing something of its own. I just think all that gets confusing, and it's you're giving your power away when you do that. to something that is outside of your control. I'm sure, like, there's something to it energetically. I'm not saying that there's not, but I think the study of it, and when you get into that place of, blaming the way the stars are aligned, and saying that's why you're going through what you're going through, I just don't think so. I don't buy it. But anyways, that's just a message of don't let the outside control your emotions. Don't let the outside make you feel like things are going wrong if it feels like it's a little bit chaotic right now. That chaos can be one of the best signs, because that might mean that you're moving into a new vibration that you're not used to. You're becoming a new version of yourself that you're not used to. And so because you're doing that, things are changing and switching up in your life, and things are shaken up in your reality. And that's actually a really good thing, a really positive sign. If things are a little bit chaotic right now, if they are a bit challenging, if things feel just a little bit off and you feel off kilter, if you feel lost, if you feel alone, if you feel like disconnected, all of those things can be actually very positive signs of growth and involvement. And so it's just important not to judge them as they come up, and not to judge yourself as you go through them. Give yourself as much grace as you can. Let the process evolve naturally. Don't push against it, but don't feel like you have to stay stuck in it either. You are able, with your free will, to take actions that feel good from a moment-to-moment basis, and the more that you do that, the more that things will evolve and continue to get shaken up around you, but eventually that things will come into alignment, and you'll see why all of those things had to fall apart, why the puzzle had to get all scattered up and mixed up, so that you can build a new puzzle with more colors and things like that, if that makes sense. Hi Amber, how are you? What's going on? Hope you're having a good Sunday. What's happening? Hi again. So nice that this live is a bit earlier on the day. Right on. People seem to, yes, that seems to be a theme lately. So I'm keeping that in mind. During the week, sometimes it's a little bit tougher to do it earlier, but I'm going to find ways to work around it, because I agree. It's nice to do it a little bit earlier on. So glad you're here. Glad you could catch it. Good to see you again. Let me know how things are going. If you got any questions, comments on anything, if you have anything to share, I'd love to hear it, and we can decipher it together and move it into wisdom, so we can all move on and grow and all of that. So that's amazing. Good to see you again, Amber. Thank you for being here. Cool. Amanda, you're back. All right. What if perhaps the alignment of the celestial bodies and the associated energies affect us subconsciously, just maybe? Haven't studied astrology, but have been pulled to lately. Yeah, interesting. I think it could, maybe. It could, maybe. Especially if you believe it to. There could be, yeah, like a subjective, subconscious energy that isn't able to be as easily processed consciously. And so, maybe. Yeah. That's, again, just roll with it. Roll with what your body's feeling, what your body's telling you. There's always a message, and you'll get the benefits of it. I think my point is just that people tend to label what they're feeling because of what they study or what they hear from other people that the stars and the planets are doing, and I think that just adds a lot of confusion. But like I said, I'm not opposed to the feeling or the knowing that that there could be something to it, and it could be like more on a subconscious level. But I think people just kind of get caught in the weeds with the astrology and the way the planets are aligned, and letting that dictate a little bit too much. That's just my opinion and my stuff, though. Yeah. When your manifestation is close, people from the past show up. It's a sign from the universe to check if you're still in alignment with your desire. I had random people from my past resurfacing. Interesting. I found the opposite sometimes, is that when I am close to a manifestation or I start changing, sometimes people start dipping out of my life. Well, like I won't be in contact with them as much, or there won't be anything anything tying us together in the way that there used to be. But yeah, I think, when you're close to a new manifestation or being the new version of yourself that you want to be, it could also be like those people or those things could come up to not test you, because I don't like looking at the universe as like testing us, but it's just an opportunity to look at those things from the past or people of the past, circumstances of the past, being like, do you want this? Like, this is still here. This is an opportunity for you. Or are you going to really like solidify your vibration in a different way, with a different feeling, so that you can evolve to where you need to go? And if they decide to come along, great. They'll have to be in your vibrational range, as I like to say, in order for them to be under your umbrella of your vibration, to where they'll interact with you still. Because if they're not, then you just won't really notice them around anymore. They'll just be shifting to other versions of the planet that don't really line up with yours, and you'll just stop seeing them. But yeah, interesting perspective. Your boundaries should be in place for your well-being, aligned. Align your availability for that. Those who need to find your live streams will. The rest of us watch them after. Just a suggestion. Thank you. Yeah, Amanda, you're so sweet. Wanting me to just make sure I'm doing that. Absolutely. I'm not going to cater or change too much for others, but it's just something, we learn and grow and realize things. And if I could work things around to where it's easier for all of us and I can have more of you here for the live streams, then I'll do that. Not at my own expense, of course. I'll always make sure that I'm filling up my cup first and making sure that everything's good on my end and not self-sacrificing for those reasons. So appreciate the reminder. I agree we shouldn't allow outside influences to dictate our choices. I find being aware of what those influences are helps. Yes, exactly. Just being aware that they're there. There are those influences. There are people who, push certain agendas, or the spiritual community itself can be a dicey place, honestly. There's a lot of different stuff. There's a lot of people trying to be spiritual, saying that, they're the spiritual whatever, putting all these labels on themselves and on others and on others' experiences and things like that. And I just, I don't consider myself in that umbrella of spirituality where it's where it just gets too much into the labels. I'm doing this spiritual thing and you're not. You might not be as wise as me. You might not be as evolved as me. You might not be as old of a soul as I am. You might not have lived as many lifetimes on the planet as I have. And there gets to be all those tricky things that I've noticed in the spiritual community that's important to be, very, very important to be aware of. We are spiritual beings as is. Everyone is, whether you're on this particular spiritual path or you're doing something completely different. That is still a spiritual path. No one is above or below anybody. So it's good to be aware of that and catch it, because it can rope you into some certain beliefs and certain things that, in my opinion, can really muddy the waters and really slow things down and get very confusing, where spiritual bypassing starts to happen and all kinds of things. So just something to be aware of. And again, we always have compassion for others and patience, and everyone's going through what they're going through. But it's still important to be aware of those things, that they exist, even though they may label themselves under the spiritual community. They might be pretty far off from being truly spiritual, truly evolved, truly awakened, and all of that. So just something to be aware of. Amber, I'm great, thank you. Good. How are you? I'm great. I'm with all of you guys right now. It's amazing. No questions so far, but if something comes up, I will ask. Didn't start meditating yet, but your words about habits of mind / habits of thought really helped me. Oh, awesome. Good. I'm glad. Yeah. Just take it, one day at a time. Implement one thing at a time. We don't have to rush to implement all these different tools and techniques and practices all at one time. That's how we get overwhelmed. That's how we get burnt out. That's how we get frustrated. When we think we're starting to get into that mindset of, I'm working too hard for this spirituality that I seek, or this version of me that I want, or to be this level of meditator, or any of those things. We start getting burnt out and get into that old mindset of, well, I gotta work hard and force and push and self-sacrifice. I just need to do it. Just take it one step at a time. One little step at a time, one breath at a time. It's a long life. It really is. And we experience it as longer the more that we're in the present moment. And just allow what comes. Going on a walk, that's a spiritual practice. Doing your gratitude, whatever, that's a spiritual practice. Eating a good meal or drinking a good drink or hanging with your friends, that's a spiritual practice. Going into nature, that's a spiritual practice. Calling your friend that you haven't talked to in a while just because it feels good and exciting, that's a spiritual practice. So we don't have to, get caught in all of that. And so yeah, I'm glad to hear you're doing well. And thanks for sharing that. It's all good, one step at a time, one breath at a time. That's all it is. Not testing, sifting, like Deborah said. Yeah, sifting, I like that. Yeah, sifting through it, sifting it out. The universe never tests us. God never tests us. Circumstances come up based on what we ask for and who we want to be and who we really are. And then those challenges that help us to evolve come up, but they're not a test. It's not God saying, okay, here's this temptation. I want to see how you respond or react to it, to see if you're really serious about who you want to be. The universe and God and all of it is unconditional. It doesn't care what you choose. It loves unconditionally. It accepts you unconditionally. So that's why you're the boss. That's why they say you are the creator of your reality, because you are. There's no outside forces putting things in your life. That's all you putting it there to, if you want to say test yourself, fine. You put that there to test yourself. It's not God of the universe testing you to see is he going to go for it? Is she going to go for it? Who does she really want to be? It's just an opportunity to, again, sift is a great word. Sift through it in a way that feels good to you. And that's how you navigate it. That's how you sift. What feels better? This person in the past who's coming up to give you an opportunity to has this person changed enough to keep them in my life to where it feels good and satisfying and everything's good? Or are they still not really resonating with this new version of me anymore? And so you just get to see that as an opportunity, not judge them or anything like that, but you continue to make your decision to do what feels best for you, express yourself authentically. Everything really falls into place from that. Even if at first things start to get a little chaotic, a little scattered at first, again, those are really, really good signs that you're on the right path, that you're doing something right and you're not doing something wrong. We always think when things start to change and it's a little bit messy at first, that we're doing something wrong, we're doing something bad, or we're being punished, or any of those kind of mindsets. Flip that on its head. Say, this is positive. Things are moving around. Things are sifting. Just watch it and enjoy. Just enjoy the contrast of it. Just enjoy kind of the comedy of it. I was talking, I'll just say this real quick. I don't know if you were all here for it, but a lot of things when I was coming back from Texas recently, on the drive back and the hotels and food orders being wrong, and there was we were getting charges that we weren't supposed to be charged for, and we pull up to the hotel afterwards, and there's this dude smoking crack right outside, and then he goes and smokes it under a statue of Mother Mary, and I'm just what is going on? This is hilarious. Even though everything was seemingly going wrong when I was experiencing all of that, I was able to be present enough with it and be wow, look at the way reality goes sometimes. It's just things are always moving around, and because I was going through a change at that time, I think things were just shifting around, and things were kind of a little bit sparsed out, scattered out, and I'm whoa, what is going on? It was fascinating to see it, but I was able to like actually smile, even though, old versions of me might have gotten frustrated or upset by all these things, or let it get to me or spiral me downwards. I didn't let that happen, and neither do you have to let yourself get to that place where you feel like you're spiraling, because you can always see everything is positive. So when things are scattered, things are confusing, you feel lost or alone or just weird or a little bit unbalanced or not grounded, just notice that and be like, well, this is good. I mean, at least I'm changing. At least I'm feeling things differently and experiencing things differently than the normal Groundhog's Day me that used to be, because I was just so caught up in this is who I am, this is what my ego's attached to, this is what I feel safe. And so it's Groundhog's Day every day. At least it's better than that, right? At least there's something, sort of moving around in your reality a little bit more. So it's an opportunity to congratulate yourself in those moments. Absolutely. Exactly. They come along if they choose to. Yes. Dicey indeed. Yes, we've all experienced it. Amar Experience. How are you? Hello. How you doing? How's your day going? Nice to see you. That's a new name I haven't seen in the chat before, so welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for saying hello. I'm always encouraging people to say hi and talk about what they want to talk about. It's just a spiritual, open-hearted community and movement that I've created where we all get to share what we're going through. We talk about Neville Goddard and some spiritual tools that we could practice in our day-to-day lives to allow more of who we really are to come to the surface, and to get used to that, get used to the fact that we know that everything always works out for us, that we can always define things positively. And this is where I get to inspire all of you to change your lives for the better, so that you're living a life that you've always wanted to, and you're self-expressing, and you're not insisting or expecting that the outside needs to change in order for you to change. So anyways, welcome. Quick little summary, and feel free to always ask and share anything you want to ask or share, Amar, but nice to meet you. Thanks for dropping in. I went out with a guy from the spiritual community here in Iceland, and he didn't want to let go of his ex-girlfriend of 7 years. Oh boy, I bet that was fun. But still wanted a new relationship. The contradiction didn't survive past 2 dates. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, you'll know quick. You'll know right away when you've changed and oh, that's a great example. When you change and it's fine that you did that. Like, yeah, let's test this out. Let's just see what happens. Maybe it'll be different than I think because I'm different. Maybe I'll have a different experience than another version of me would have. And then you do that, you try it out, and you realize, nope, this ain't it. This ain't it at all. I'm not putting up with this. I'm not tolerating this. I have evolved past, not to judge him or judge those kinds of people or those circumstances when they come up. But you know that you're not that anymore, and you're not someone who puts up with things that you used to put up with in the past. So that's a great example. Yeah, I didn't get past date 2. So, yeah, you'll know quick when you've really decided to be someone new, be the version of yourself you want to be. You'll know real quick when circumstances come up to give you an opportunity to really just solidify who you're saying you're choosing to be. They're just, opportunities in that way to really solidify yourself even stronger in the knowing that, no, I remember this. I remember this old version of me, and I know what the old version of me would have done in this circumstance, and that ain't me anymore, and I'm not going to do that. So that's a great example. Thanks for sharing it. Thank you. Love it when we can recognize our expansion. Yeah, you have to recognize your expansion. If you're not recognizing your expansion, then you're not truly being present in the moment. You're not being as good to yourself as you could be during the whole expansion. You need to be able to recognize and pat yourself on the back and take yourself out and reward yourself for moments where you feel you are expanding, when you had a different response to a similar circumstance that the old version of you would have reacted to, and it would have ruined your whole day, your whole week. It's so important to recognize those moments of growth, because that's how the momentum starts to build. If we don't appreciate those moments and we just kind of gloss past them, or like, oh, that kind of went well, okay, cool, and just keep moving forward instead of like taking a moment and being like, that went really well, and this is the reason that it did, and wow, like another version of me would have reacted in this way, but this version of me didn't get caught up in those emotions. It had a response, not a reaction. It responded to that stimuli in a positive way. Congratulate yourself, get yourself some ice cream, or take yourself on a walk, or buy yourself something nice, do something that kind of rewards you in those moments, so that it continues to solidify. And then it'll just become you, and you'll just keep doing that. It also just helps you to take moments where you're like, man, that was awesome. Good job, me. Good job, self. This is great. So yeah, so important. So important. Exactly. Be true to yourself. Yeah. I could just imagine you being like, oh God, not this again, or this is not, no way, dude. That's pretty funny to think about. Oh, that's fun. Yep. Be true to yourself. Be true to yourself. Because that old ego mind, not that it's a bad thing, but it just remembers what you used to be like very strongly, because that's what it learned was safe. And so it just wants to keep you safe. So it'll make you think sometimes and give you thought opportunities to be like, oh, maybe I should just give him another chance, or maybe he'll change. I just got to give him time to change. Maybe he'll get used to me and who I am. Maybe this. No, you recognize it right away. You know it's not you. And you move on. You don't get attached. You go with the flow. And then you teach the ego you teach the new ego the new version of who you are now. And you teach it that this is what feels safe. This is what feels good. This is what feels in harmony with who I really am. And then the ego will grab onto that and be like, okay, we're good. I'm good. We'll keep you grounded here. And then you'll change again, and the ego will do the same thing, but maybe it'll be a little bit easier the next time because you'll recognize it quicker. Just be like, silly ego, you're just my little assistant. It's okay. I appreciate your suggestions and all that, but you're my assistant. You're like my little pet doggy. It's all good. You're a good boy. You're a good girl. Oh, it's all good. And then you just set that to the side and be like, let me show you who I really am. Let me show you what really is safe. Let me show you this new version of me that you're really going to like. And then the dog ego is like, yes, master, yes, master. And then it's like, yeah, oh yeah, this isn't so bad. And then it helps you ground that belief system and definition about yourself and the world and your circumstances, and it grounds you in that. And then that's how you work with the ego. People really try to demonize the ego in the spiritual community, and even just outside of, people who aren't in any religion or spirituality practice. There's always that, even the motivational speakers like, kill the ego, and you get rid of the ego. Oh, that's just your ego doing that to you. Get rid of it, and that just adds more resistance. The ego's there as a tool. It's a helper if you know how to use it. It's not a good master at all, and it's not meant to be a master, but it's a wonderful assistant, a very, very good assistant. So if you just see it that way and have that relationship with it, that it's not there to it's not there to harm you. It's not there to make things harder for you. You just need to learn how the mechanism works and how to work with it. And soon you'll just be off to the races. You'll be working in harmony with your ego, and you won't even feel like you really have an ego anymore. That's where I think the real ego death that people talk about comes from, where you're just in complete harmony with the ego. You're not resisting what it has to say. You're not pushing away. You don't even really notice it anymore because you're just so fully embodied in who you are, and you're embodying the master within you, and you're in alignment. And then the ego just like, oh, he's in alignment or she's in alignment. This is what feels good. This is what feels safe and in harmony with who she is. Great. And you don't even notice the ego anymore. So that, to me, in my opinion and estimation, my offering is that's the true ego death that people seek. So anyways, you got a Hershey pie as your reward? Yes, breaking toxic patterns. Yep. Yep, breaking the patterns that don't work for you, that are literally toxic to your system. You don't have to judge them as negative, but you can recognize, like, look, this is a toxic habit that I have. It literally is creating toxins within my system that I don't prefer. So yeah, absolutely. But yeah, get your shot. I got a Hershey pie. That sounds great. That sounds really good, really good. I love a good pie. More of a pie guy than a cake guy, for sure. But yes, exactly. Perfect example. Get yourself a pie, whatever. Something that is something that gives you pleasure when you recognize that you've evolved in some way, or you've noticed yourself like behaving differently than the old version of you did. Reward yourself. Great. I forgive myself for putting up with previous bad situations because I didn't know any better. Exactly. You were doing the best that you possibly could at the time with what you knew, with who you were at the time, with what you were taught, with what you're conditioned to believe. So absolutely, we have to forgive ourselves for our past. We have to forgive ourselves. There's nothing really to forgive, but the act of and the intention to forgive ourselves is very positive in that way, because it helps us to move on. It helps us to move forward. It helps us not to feel stuck in the old self and the old patterns. So yeah, that's how you can use forgiveness in a powerful way like that. But I celebrate knowing better now, so I can move forward with grace. Exactly. Very well said. She is a good girl. Yeah, I take excellent care of my little girl, my inner child. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And yeah, you can look at, I guess, if you can look at the ego as anything you want. If you want to look at it as your inner child that just, got hurt and learned ways to keep itself safe in those formative years when we were children, that's an interesting way to look at it. I never thought of before, actually. Oh my gosh, I just realized that. What you're saying about using ego as a tool, program the ego I want. Oh my gosh, yes, program. Thank you, Max. Yes, you're very welcome. Yeah, I have a whole video about, if you want to solidify that even more. I don't know if you've seen it, Amanda, but I think you'd like it. It's just called "What Is the Ego?" I think, on my channel, so you could check that out too. I really dive into the ego and talk about that, and talk about, as a tool, and it's a pet, and it's an assistant, and all that. So, yeah, great. Oh, I'm so glad. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yes, it is a tool. It is not something to weaponize, and it's not something to weaponize against ourselves. The ego will, it's going to listen to it however you train it. If you train the ego to bite you, it'll bite you, But if you train it to love you and to lick you and cuddle with you, then it'll do that as well. So, good just to be aware of. A sentence I read somewhere someday is, don't take advice from people who are not where you want to go in life. I think that's something useful to share. Yeah, of course it is. It helped me not to listen to specific other people when I needed advice. Yeah, I think that's a great little quote. Yeah, don't take advice from people who are not where you want to go in life. Seems, definitely very, very logical, and very simple, but a lot of people don't really grasp the simplicity and just the fact that makes so much effortless sense. Why would we listen to the opinions of others who are trying to put us down, or who are trying to say, I don't think you should go that way, because not a lot of people do, and I don't want you to waste your time or your money or your energy or years on your life, and why would we listen to people like that, Unsolicited advice is something also to be very, very aware of, That's why I always just harp on, everything that I say are all offerings and sharings, and they're not, They're not doctor's notes. They're not diagnoses. It's none of that. It's offering. If it resonates, great. If it works good for you to apply right now, great. If not, maybe it'll come back and maybe you'll use it at a later time. Maybe now is not the time, and that's fine. Maybe never's the time, and that's fine. I don't care. But watch out for unsolicited advice from others is what that brings up in me, Amber, because there's just so many people who want to give their opinions and tell you what this is and what the science behind this says and what other people done, and people in their lives. They're just projecting their own limitations and limitations that they've seen from other people in their own lives. And then, they see that from other people in their lives and they're like, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense. Maybe I should play it small. Maybe I shouldn't go for my dreams. Maybe I shouldn't express myself authentically because I might get my feelings hurt, or people might shun me for that reason, or people might get the wrong idea of me from me expressing who I really am. They might get the wrong idea of who I am by me being completely authentic. People believe that and buy into that. In fact, I was, a lot of my upbringing was surrounded in that mindset where it's like, I would get scolded at times. I think a lot of us would, for being ourselves and doing something that was outside of the box that seemed maybe weird or too silly or too whatever. And, the adults or even kids around us would shut it down or say that don't do that, or would bully us or would convince us that being our authentic selves is a risk. So that's all those little tiny beliefs and definitions that we just shed one by one day at a time, one moment at a time. And don't rush that process. Let it happen organically, but also be present with it as well. We have all the opportunity always to change our beliefs and everything in that way. So yeah, very, very well put. Yeah. I like that, Amber. I agree. I'll go watch it. Be back. Oh, nice. You gonna go watch it right now? Sweet. Cool. Be back shortly. I love it. Just flow with it. It's great. Yeah, I love that you guys can do that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go do this. Jump back in. I'll still be here. Yeah, that's great. Great conversation so far. Let me know if anyone else wants to jump in here with any questions or comments or anything like that. I'd love to hear it too. And Amar, again, thanks, man, for saying hello. Stick around. Much more to come. I do these live streams Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Those days are set. I'm still figuring out the time that I'll do so that you guys are just more aware of it. So, yeah. I used to be scolded a lot as a child, ended up questioning what's wrong with me. Yeah, totally. Turns out I just am unfiltered, and sometimes people take that as being rude. Exactly. That is so well put. Thank you so much. Again, pulling it from my brain and putting it into words that sometimes I have trouble creating. That is very well said. I used to be scolded a lot as a child. Ended up questioning what's wrong with me because I'm getting scolded. What am I doing wrong? Some teacher or somebody scolds you for doing something bad by whatever you were doing. And it turns out you're just very, very self-expressive and unfiltered. And yeah, sometimes people take that as being rude, which is so wild, I know. Oh, that just makes me want to explode. Oh, it's so true. It's so true. When we're the most unfiltered, it tends to have the biggest reactions from others. And then, because of the way we're conditioned, we think because someone has a negative reaction, or scolds us, or says you're being inappropriate, or anything like that, we take it in as, what am I doing wrong? I must have done something wrong, because you would think that you just being unfiltered and self-expressive would only bring more people to enjoy it, more people to like who you are, more people to agree with the way you're expressing yourself. And that's just unfortunately not the case, because people have their definitions on what's appropriate and what's inappropriate, and what's right and what's wrong. And that convinces us that we're doing something wrong when we're actually being the most authentic that we could possibly ever be. But because of the way that it feels when someone says that to us, when someone scolds us as, that's inappropriate, shame on you, you shouldn't have done that, how dare you have that outlook on life or on yourself? You need to humble yourself. You need to put God first. You need to blah, blah, all that stuff. Woo! Very powerful stuff. You have an emotional reaction when those things happen that convinces you that you're actually doing something wrong, and you think that the emotion, because it feels negative when you feel it, that it actually means that you're doing something wrong, but it actually just means that you're buying into the disharmony in yourself that they are convincing you to feel, because they don't think you should act that way. And you buy into it when it's actually just you agreeing with them in some way, shape, or form, or believing that what they say is true, which bounces you out of alignment with yourself, which is going to make you have a moment of contrast, a moment of feeling negative, because you let someone else convince you that you're a bad person, or that you're inappropriate for being and doing and doing what you want to do and expressing yourself the way that you want to, in that unfiltered manner. Very powerful. If we can just teach ourselves in that moment and be present and find a way to stay in alignment, even when people do scold us or say we're inappropriate or we're being dangerous, or we shouldn't have these opinions because somebody else could take that the wrong way and do something bad with it. We can't control other people. We have to express ourselves and what we think unconditionally, not with fear of how others are going to take it, how others are going to believe it or take it in. So just find a way to bring yourself into alignment in those moments. Don't let them suck the joy out of you. Don't let them be joy suckers. That'll be probably a future video. Very good. Thank you, Deborah. What's the time right there? The time here is 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock Mountain Standard Time right now. Yep, 3 o'clock with the daylight savings time going on. What time is it in your neck of the woods, Amber? I put honesty as a first main value. If someone thinks that being honest is rude, then sorry, not sorry. Yeah, exactly. Have to be honest. Yeah, be honest with yourself. Be honest with others. And if you think that's rude, then yeah, sorry, not sorry. It's your perspective. It's your thing. Like they get to choose how they react and how they respond to it as well. Authentic, but with compassion. Yes. Amanda, 4 p.m. 4 p.m. CST. Okay, so now we're only an hour apart now. Or maybe we were before, but nice. 4 p.m. Yeah, look at us. Nice and early here. Nice and early. But yeah, Amber, I don't know what time it is in your neck of the woods, but yeah, I'll be aware of the timing for you for sure in the future. I am absolutely perfect. I love it. Yes, you are. Hello. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you. That's a new name in the chat. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope all's going well with you and your life. So nice to meet you. Thanks for dropping in the chat. I am absolutely perfect. I love that. What a name. You absolutely are. What do you think is the best and fastest way to change your identity? By not identifying with who you've been. That's the fastest way. When you stop identifying with who you've been in the past, which is literally, for the example, up until this very moment, if you just stop identifying yourself with those thoughts, with those people and what they say, with the relationships that you have, and all of those things, that's the quickest way. Because then you're not self-judging yourself, then you're not questioning yourself when you decide to behave in a different way than you ever have before, when you decide to express in a different way than you ever have before, then all those questions go away. You don't question whether it's right or wrong what you're doing, whether people will agree or disagree, or whether God will agree or disagree. You're not questioning any of those things because you've left that old identity behind. So when you don't associate yourself with that identity any longer, it's just going to make the path to being the new version of yourself so much easier, so much more graceful, so much quicker. I mean, it will quicken the pace. Now, easier said than done, letting go of the old identity, because we do get so attached to it. And as I was saying earlier, that ego loves to hang on to that version of you that you've taught it is safe. But you can always teach it something else, and you could always teach yourself something else. So just disassociate and act unconditionally in the way that you want to be, in the way that you want to express. Do what you want to do. Feel happy for no other reason than you prefer to feel happy. There doesn't have to be a reason on the outside that makes you convince yourself that you're allowed to be happy now because this circumstance went well, or I worked really hard on this thing and I got the reward from it. Now I could be happy. You could be happy right now. You could just choose it unconditionally. There's no built-in meaning to anything. There's no set of rules that says you have to do a certain thing in order to allow yourself to be happy. Just be happy for no reason, just because it is your choice and your preference to be happy or peaceful or content, satisfied, fulfilled, all those things. So focus your mind and your thoughts on those, but that is the quickest way. That is the quickest way in my opinion. Great question. Excellent question. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys asking questions and sharing your comments, because many other people have the same questions and the same comments, and they just might not be willing to put it in the comment section and ask it because they're afraid of the judgment or feeling stupid. And I was like that in school as well. I didn't want to put my hand up. I wanted someone else to ask the question. So appreciate you guys who do ask the questions. Not that you're wrong if you don't, but it helps a lot more people than you think when you ask questions and just share your perspectives, because we're all just sharing perspectives, and that honestly that helps us grow just as much as information and tools and all of that. So yeah, I really appreciate it. Okay, where was I? Agreed, Deborah, and can't allow ourselves to fall out of alignment based on others' reactions. Yeah, exactly. It's very, because of our conditioning, it's easy to let happen, but yeah, it's so important. 22 o'clock. Okay, you're from the Netherlands. Wow. Oh, nice. How cool is that? Oh, someone translate 22 o'clock. I don't know what time that is. I can't do that right now. Good to know, though, from the Netherlands. That's amazing. I bet it's beautiful there. What's your favorite part of the nature in the Netherlands? What's your favorite part of it? And what's your favorite part about living in the Netherlands? I used to shrink myself so as not to disrupt the program, giving away my power. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. To not disrupt the program. Right, because you just want to keep things running on autopilot. Not you, but like people want to just keep things running on autopilot the way that they always have, because that's just what they know. And they're just like, well, that's just the way life is. That's the way reality is. I can't change that. Well, you can. You absolutely can. So yeah, don't run on autopilot. If you run on autopilot, every day is just going to be like Groundhog's Day. Honestly, it will be like Groundhog's Day. Are you just bored? Are you bored with your life? Are you bored with what's going on? Well, it's because you're living on autopilot and you're just continuing to perpetuate your beliefs and thoughts from that mindset of being on autopilot and not being present, not attempting to change your thoughts so that you could change your life. Don't run on autopilot. Right, Amanda. Then we'll be a people's pleaser and depend on other people's opinions and reactions for everything. Yeah. You're only going to give yourself the pat on the back. You're only going to buy yourself the Hershey pie when someone else decides that you deserve it. You get to decide. You get to decide. When you decide, yes, 100%. You're right. And we are new in every moment. Precisely. Great point. Way to just put the button on everything that I just said there. You're right. Absolutely. We are new in every moment. Every moment we are absolutely new in every single moment. We just don't realize it. Because we're always shifting, we're always moving, we're always progressing, we're always literally shifting to other versions of ourselves, other versions of Earth, constantly, all the time. So the more aware we could be, we can let go of that old identity in an instant if we really wanted to, and just move on deciding who we want to be and thinking those thoughts. And when questions come up, when insecurities come up, when other people's projections come up, those are just opportunities, again, to solidify who we have now decided to be, the new identity. That would be great. Yeah. Well, now that I know, I'm kind of getting a gauge of like all the time zones, honestly. So it's just good for me to be aware of. I like these lives. Thank you. Well, these lives like you, and I appreciate you being here. I like you on the lives. Last Thursday, I say that your live was starting at 23 here, but I was too tired to watch at that time, that specific day. Yes, I remember that now. Right. Yeah. Okay. So what? I still don't know. What is the time? Wait, okay, so 12, if it's 13. Wait, so you're like 13 hours ahead of me? Or behind me? Wow. Wait, no. It's 11 p.m. where you're at, right? Amber, right now? Why am I asking you that? You don't do... I'm sorry, I'm just an ignorant American sometimes when it comes to the time. I'll Google it. But yes, the earlier the better for Amber. I have a question, or 5,000. Oh, thank you, Amanda. 10 p.m. Sorry, I didn't see that. 10 p.m. over there. Okay, so about 7 hours up. The damaged ego trying to protect. Okay, 10 p.m. indeed. Okay, so you're basically... Okay, you and Deborah are very similar. So you're 7 hours ahead. Deborah's now 6 because of daylight savings time. Now you're 7, Amber, because of daylight savings time. You were probably 8 back then. Yesterday, last live. Okay, good to know. So, yes, the damaged ego trying to protect. That's autopilot. Yeah, I mean, I think you could look at it that way for sure. Yeah, you're just running on the autopilot because the ego is going to keep perpetuating the autopilot that you're on, because that's what you've taught it. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. 10 p.m. indeed. LOL. Good. My favorite part is in the woods. Veloué. I have a caravan/trailer there on a very nice spot surrounded by trees, bushes, and quietness. That sounds amazing. I love that. So you're basically in the forest, in the woods. Do you have mountains, or is it a lot of forest, just forest and hills? The Netherlands seems like a very, 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 very cool and beautiful place. I'm sure I'll go there one day. Oh my gosh, I could live there. The weather's getting better, more sunny, and I've been at that spot for the last 5 days. I love it there, and I think nature really does something good to me. Oh, nice. So you're out camping then? Camping in your trailer right now? Or you were? Cool. I'll have to look that up. Villouis. Yeah, the quiet. I mean, you have to. If you're feeling like bottled up and you're feeling like, oh, just like like you're just like feeling really tight, go out in nature. Man, everything just falls to the wayside. And, I mean, yeah, if I didn't have nature, and I did deprive myself for 7 years, oh, and it was rough. Gotta have nature. Have to ground ourselves in the nature. Glad to hear the weather's getting better there too. It's starting to get warmer. That's really cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, things are changing. The seasons are changing very quickly, very rapidly. And I love it. Again, the springtime. Oh, springtime is the new year. The true new year. The Netherlands is pretty flat land, no mountains. Oh, that would be sad for me, but I'm sure it's very pretty. Lots of forest, though. Yeah, I can't wait to do, more travel in the future, see these places. Yeah, I'm sure there's lots of hiking out there in the Netherlands, though. And that's what I'm most excited for, is just to get back on the trails. Get back on the trails once it really starts heating up, that snow melts off the mountains, and then start climbing the mountains again and showing you guys really the beauty that I have around here. I've showed you a lot in past videos, but there's even more that I can't wait to show you. And, I'll be changing probably or evolving or like implementing different things into the content on YouTube. I think I would love to just take you guys like camping and backpacking and maybe throwing in some messages there, but maybe just taking you with me for something that you could just watch and sit back and relax to, I could really show you some awesome places, some great scenes, some great views. So that'll be to come. Once it's summertime, it's going to be great. I'm glad I started my YouTube channel in the middle of winter, because it's just going to make it so much better once the weather's actually warm. So I'm excited for that. Do you think that feeling the feeling and thoughts of the reality you want to experience in 3D is the only thing to do for it to materialize? Yes. Yes, I do. Absolutely do. Feeling is all that it takes. Because feeling is everything. Feeling is reality. Feeling is God. Feeling is the secret, as Neville Goddard says. He wrote a whole book about it. All of his work is based off that one line. Feeling really is the secret. So if you can convince yourself to feel the truth and feel the reality of that, then it or the likeness of it will happen. It doesn't mean that it will happen in the exact way that you imagine, or that or about the thing that you're feeling when you imagine a circumstance, or you're finding a way to convince yourself of that reality. It may not look exactly like that, but it will likely be that in another way, or even better and even more, and it likely will be even better. So that's why I just let go of the expectation that has to look that exact way. Let the feeling be enough, because the feeling will take you everywhere that you need to be. The feeling will synchronize everything around you and your universe and your reality the way that it needs to, in order to manifest that, if it's really who you really are. If it really is the feeling that feels authentic and real to you. Yeah. Feeling the feelings. And using thoughts to create the feelings, using your imagination to create those feelings, feel into those realities. That is how they materialize, because they're actually happening right now. Because there is no past or future. There is only right now. So that implies that there is that version of you living currently that reality right now, or some version of that reality that is within that vibrational frequency that you have when you do feel into that reality very deeply. So you can start connecting with future versions of yourself, future versions, from now. you could start connecting with that version of you. You can start asking it questions. You can literally talk to it like a spirit guide. You can literally talk to it like God or whatever you like talking to. You can actually talk to it and ask it questions. And if you listen and are open to it, you will hear the answers. You will understand the answers. You will feel the answers. So that's a good way to do it, because you're just navigating your way to the reality where those things that you want are already materialized. So I hope that makes sense. I'm 7 hours ahead. Yes, you are. But in a few weeks or so, the time here will go an hour forward. Okay, so your daylight savings time is just... So we literally have daylight savings time here in America today. It just happened today, and we just sprung forward, which is just great. Just more light. Once this happens, it's like, okay, winter's on the backside, and it's time for summer. I love the winter. I'm a winter baby, a snow baby, but there's been no snow, so I'm just like, bring on the spring and the summer. Okay, good to know. There are no mountains here. It's pretty flat. I think camping is the word indeed. Yeah. Okay, cool. Nice. Camping out there. Great. Oh, I'm envious, even though I need to just go start doing it now. I can. It's warm enough. Take you guys out there, shoot some videos out there. That'll be cool, huh? Very cool. I have tons of ideas that I'm excited about. Well, that's good, but I struggle to find motivation to initiate the action. Suggestions. Yeah, I mean, I would say, that is why Neville Goddard gives the tools that he does, because it's all the tools are just to get you to that place of where you're feeling something strong enough that you are compelled and propelled into action, where it doesn't feel comfortable at all to be just like sitting back and doing maybe what you've been doing. The tools that he offers in his books and through what I share are all to get you to that place of like that climactic feeling, like I was talking about in that video, where your conscious mind is literally with feeling impregnating your subconscious mind with that excitement that you have from the imagination, that imaginal act that feels like reality, that you've convinced yourself like, this is what I want, this is what I would think that it would be like. Oh, how wonderful this would be. All the feelings are so good. And then an idea will come to you at some point. It might be in that moment, or it might be an hour later, or a day later, or a week later, but it'll come, and then you'll be inspired to action. You're not going to have to figure out a way to muster up your energy to go take the actions that you need to. You'll be inspired, which is everything I'm about. And I would encourage all of us here in this chat and people watching this afterwards, like, start practicing not taking actions unless feeling inspired. I mean, I do what you got to do. Like, your life is going on right now. Do what you got to do. I'm not saying not to do and be responsible with the life you're living right now. But focus yourself into only acting from an inspired action to do something. It doesn't have to be some big deal or some big thing. It can be very, very small things that you just feel, inspired to call a friend. You feel inspired to take a walk. You feel inspired to cook this meal. You feel inspired to do everything. You feel inspired to do the dishes right now. Where it just starts feeling effortless. It just starts, this is the moment, and then things just happen. Things just start happening. Opportunities start coming. You don't got to look or muster up some kind of energetic anything to get you into that moment of taking action. And that's why the tools of feeling really propel you into that action, because you're just going to be so excited when you get those ideas, or when you feel that reality, when those impulses come, that you'll just jump into action. You'll just start doing it, and just don't question it. Don't question whether that's the right thing to do with your time, anything like that, to slow it down. Just do it. Give yourself a chance. Even if it seems completely unrelated, the impulse that you have to the thing that you want, if it's completely unrelated seeming, it's actually more closely related than you think, and you might need to take that action in order to get the inspiration to take the next action that will guide you to manifesting the thing that you want to be, or expressing the thing that you want to have and express. So hopefully that makes sense. Great question. I'm waiting for you in the summer, Max. You can experience midnight sun and crazy nature. Yes. I mean, midnight sun, we don't have that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah. Okay. I will be experiencing crazy nature for sure. And I'll be showing you all a lot more of it. Right now, just for like the YouTube sake and everything, and people that I've seen, and I'm doing what I want to do right now, just doing the sort of vlog style things that I've been doing, just picking up the camera, no edits, and just talking to you. Seems to be something that is just, I can create lots of videos. The other videos that I did when I first started this channel just took a lot more time and effort. I love doing them, but just I'm not able to produce that every single day. But these I'm able to produce much more often, and it feels good, feels easy, effortless, inspired, all that. I think at the beginning for YouTube, it's important to give YouTube as much data on you and your niche and what I like to talk about as possible. So that's why I'm just pumping out as many videos and as much content as I can to just eventually get that ball rolling to where things start getting solidified, get some viral moments, get the more subscribers, get to the monetized place, and then I'll be able to reassess and re-implement some of those other videos, and I'll definitely be doing that come summertime. So I think it's going to be perfect. I think the next 3 months, March, April, May, the next 3 months are going to be perfect for doing what I'm doing now. By summer, I think I will be able to start implementing those and maybe doing a little bit fewer videos a week. So anyways, that's what that brought up at me. Just so you guys know. What about inspired action? Yeah, that's what I was saying, was inspired action. What do you mean, what about inspired action? I think you probably wrote that before I gave my explanation. Oh, so we were on the same page, Amanda. Okay, great. Amanda, just go for it, whatever it is. Don't focus too much on the outcome. Yeah, just go. Yeah, exactly. I think when we get caught up in the outcome, that's another thing, is like, when we get caught up in the outcome, when it's going to happen, or how in the world is this going to happen, then that keeps us from taking action. It makes us feel sluggish. It makes us question ourselves, second guess ourselves. It really is about just going for it. And there's never like that moment where it feels like this is the right time, where everything's lined up perfectly. Now's the right time, and a light comes shining down from heaven saying, this is your time, start now. There's never really that moment. If there is, catch it and run like hell with it. But most of the time, people wait around for that moment and it never comes, and then people just kind of wait around. So yeah, I would just say start now, before you really get the momentum going. Just do what you can, the tiniest little inspired actions that you can take. Make them easy, don't make them big, don't expect anything from the outcome. Literally do it for its own sake. Do it just because it feels good, or because it feels like a creative expression that feels like who you are. Do it because of how it makes you feel when you do it. For no other reason. You don't need shit to happen from it. Just do it. And then you'll just see how things start. The momentum will start, synchronicities, confidence in yourself. Oh, this isn't so hard. This is actually fun. I like this. I'm enjoying myself. As long as you're enjoying yourself, that is the abundance that you need at that moment. So yeah. If you're not excited, it's not the right path. Exactly. Watch your internal compass. Yes. You feel the answer. Yes, feel it. Again, just remind yourself, look, feeling is the secret, not thinking is the secret. Feeling is the secret. Thinking is not the secret. Feeling is the secret. We just tend to overthink ourselves out of doing so many different things. Feel it. Feel it. That's your internal compass, is the way it makes you feel. Feel the answer, yes. I'm absolutely perfect. I was using SATs, but it was not making me feel much. Then I just paused and asked myself, how would I feel if I was experiencing it? And boom, suddenly everything's changed within me. Yeah, that's great wisdom. Great. Yeah, it's because you were doing something with an expectation, thinking that it needs to make you feel a certain way instead of just, doing SATs, see what happens, do it because it feels like an interesting idea. I want to do it right now. I want to try it out. We'll see what happens. I don't really care if nothing happens. I just kind of want to do it and try it. And then, like you said, boom, it happens. You paused, you asked yourself, how would you feel if you were experiencing the result of SATs? And boom, there it was. Suddenly everything changed within me. Thank you for sharing that. That's amazing. Congratulations. That's a huge moment. That's a great momentum building moment right there. You know, that can start that snowball rolling downhill and just getting bigger and bigger and bigger as it goes down the hill. That's how you start that snowball effect with moments like that. You realize it. So yeah. Yeah. So, and sharing it here is definitely going to help that momentum as well, my friend. So thank you. Deb, I am excited and I even see a clear path. The direction is clear. It just feels not ready. Maybe. I don't know. Amanda. Yeah, I would say, look, if it really actually feels, I think you might be getting excitement and anxiety confused a little bit with itself. Because I do that. Because I sometimes I feel like I'll be excited about something, and then my body will like sometimes use that and trick me into thinking that I'm feeling anxiety, and then I'll start feeling anxiety. So you might be excited, and then at the idea of like starting to take those actions and not feeling like everything's, like it's not the right moment. Again, there's not going to be that right moment. But when you do feel excited, it might just be good to notice or be aware of the fact that you might be mistaking your excitement for anxiety. Or your anxiety for excitement. You have to decide you have to recognize which one it is, because you could be trying to take action out of anxiety, thinking that it's excitement, because you just kind of feel like that's what you should do, or that's what you've been interested in before, or that's what other people have told you you're good at, and it might not actually be aligned with who you are, what you need to be doing at that moment. Or you could be getting excited about it and confusing yourself, and it could be a sensation in your body that tricks you into thinking that the excitement you're feeling is actually anxiety, which might be keeping you from taking those actions. Even though you see the clear path, you see the clear direction, and it seems clear, that confusion might be what's stopping you and slowing you down from just going with it, taking the action. Because again, it's not going to feel ready. I want to really emphasize that for you, Amanda. It's not going to feel ready. You have to feel ready, and then as you go, things will ready themselves. So I would say just start. Just take the little baby steps toward doing it. Do a little bit of research. Do whatever the baby steps are. Order whatever you might need to order, or just try something. Make it small. Make it small. Build the momentum. Build the momentum. I like your vlog style videos. I can listen to those kinds of videos and content every day. Thank you. Thank you for that feedback. I dig the vlog style vids too. Okay, cool. Awesome. I like them too. It's fun to just, pick it up, and I'm always outside. But yeah, I really like showing you guys the B-roll as well, and getting the drone out and kind of having fun with it, and doing kind of more teaching videos. Like I consider like the ones that I was doing before that are a little more like polished, more of like I have something that I really want to share with you, because I think if you grasp it, it could change. And then vlogs, yeah, I have something to share and something to teach as well, but it's just kind of a different format, a different way of doing it. So I think I'll always implement both, but right now just doubling down on those vlog styles for simplicity, to gain trust, to just make it simple, no fancy edits. Not that my edits were fancy or anything, but just simple. And I got a lot to say. I got a lot to share. So I'm happy to just keep pushing out the content for you guys. So, but I appreciate the feedback. But hopefully you're excited about seeing nature too, and some more B-roll, and maybe I could do some voiceovers. I was saying last stream, like I'm thinking about just like putting together all kinds of B-roll that I have from videos that I have, and doing like a Neville Goddard style meditation maybe, or maybe looping some type of where I'm talking into like a 12-hour loop for you to fall asleep to, or anything like that. I think that could be kind of fun too. So yeah, I'll do that for sure. I think that our desires and wishes are just so inevitable. Max's channel will reach its heights inevitable. Amanda will feel ready, and I'll meet my soulmate. Yeah, definitely. Yes, affirm it. Affirm it with feeling. But yeah, and that's an important thing to just recognize as well too, that our desires and our wishes are inevitable. And that word inevitable was really big for me in 2025. Really big. So really like channel that in, like it's inevitable. Your success, your happiness, your joy, it's inevitable. Your creative expression, it's inevitable. Your growth as a spirit is inevitable. You finding what you need to find it's inevitable. As long as you keep acting from joy, as long as you keep acting from the present moment and from the way things feel and not the way you think they should feel. You know what I mean? Yes, my channel, absolutely. It's already successful. It already has thousands and thousands of subscribers and everything. It already does. That version of me is already existing right now. So it's literally inevitable. As long as I keep taking these actions from inspired action, enjoy the process, enjoy these lives, talking to you guys, helping who I can help. As long as I'm enjoying that process, me meeting up with the future version of me that already has a YouTube channel with 100,000 subscribers or more, that's inevitable. It already exists. It's already there. So my work is just to keep going, keep taking the inspired action, keep taking good care of myself, keep using the tools that I talk about, keep focusing myself into peaceful thoughts that feel good. That's our work. It's just to feel good as much as we possibly can and doing everything that we possibly can to feel good. Whatever that takes. Like literally die trying. I'm going to feel good or I'm going to fucking die trying to. I think that's the mentality that a lot of people need to take. I'm willing to die trying to feel good as much as I can. That's how much you got to want to feel good. If you're not feeling good right now, you have to want to feel good so bad that you're literally willing to die for it. It has to be that strong and that powerful. It really does. And you can do it. You're definitely worthy and deserving of it. That's just inherent fact. That you're worthy and deserving of that life and to feel good. So just do it any way that you can. Any way that you can. Get them, and that momentum will carry you. Define things positive even if they seem negative. There's a lesson to be learned. There's something positive to get from it. Define it positive. Inevitable. It's inevitable. Your success is inevitable because it already exists now. It's not some woo-woo version of you. It's not out there somewhere. It literally is happening right now. You in the future is happening now. You with everything that you want and everything that you want to be is happening now. Talk to that version. Converse with it like it's a friend, like it's a guide. Ask it what it does with its daily routines, its daily devotions, its what tools and techniques it uses. Ask it questions. It's there to give you answers because you're connected to all of it. So the answers are always there and they're always being given at all times. Oh girl, wait till you realize that your soulmate is just on the other side of that frequency threshold. Inevitable was a huge word for me as well. Yeah, it's just such a good word. Yes, praise and love from Deb. And whatever version that exists beyond that particular version, it'll be different too. I took that mentality and I did die. And I was born again. Yeah. It's really just about willingness. Are you willing to do the things that come from your excitement? If not, then maybe you should question if that's actually your true excitement. the version of me on the Alaska cruise with my life partner enjoying that drink package on the balcony cabin, watching majestic trees. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Boy, if you can script that out, Deb, and you can, before you go to sleep, imagine the reality of that and loop it until you go to sleep and feel it. Feel how good it feels, that wind beneath your wings, tasting the salt from the ocean, the smelling it, all the sensory vividness of reality is what we have to do in those imaginal acts as we're about to go to sleep. And feel it as strongly as we can in the first person and not the third person. If you're looking at it as if you're seeing yourself on a movie screen, you're doing it incorrectly. It has to be from first person. You have to actually feel yourself gripping the railing of the cruise ship as you're looking out and smelling the smells, feeling the wind, feeling the sun, tasting the salt, and seeing the trees. But make it simple. Make it a simple act. And maybe, and you're with your partner, whoever it is, or you're with whoever is important to you, and you're sharing that moment, and then just loop it over and over and over. And let that momentum build until it climaxes and explodes into your subconscious. And then you impregnate it, and then it's just a matter of time until that manifestation gives birth. That's just how it goes. It's literally how life itself is made, is how manifestations happen. You have the conscious desire through contrast. You accept it as real. You feel the truth, and you feel it with every sensory vividness that you can, all the sensory vividness that you can. And then you take it into that moment of climax to where you're just feeling so good and so strong about it. It feels so real. You blast that into the subconscious, which impregnates the subconscious, which will give birth in a time known only unto itself, that creation, that child, that is your manifestation. It's how it goes. It's how it goes. Pretty cool, right? The male is the conscious, by the way. Subconscious is the female, so that's how that works. It's just the same as making love, baby. It really is, though. I'm not just joking about that. That is how that works. I always listen to spiritual videos before sleep. If you can loop videos, I would definitely listen to yours. Thank you. Okay, good. Awesome. You have a very calm voice, and what you're telling in your videos is very interesting. Good. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I can just get up on the microphone and talk over some scenes, and yes, absolutely. I think that'll be a lot of fun. And then just loop it with some nice music. And then, and even when I'm talking, you could start again feeling those realities as well. I don't want you to just go to sleep to me talking. I want you to be using these tools as well, with it, which I think it would be a nice bridge into that frequency, getting you relaxed. So yeah, that's to come. That'll definitely be in future videos. It's a choice. Do you follow your joy or hold yourself back? Exactly. Conscious creation. Yes. I do visualization techniques in first person. Yes. Good. Good. It's the way it's got to go. Amazing. Well, where are we at right now? Oh my gosh, an hour and 50 minutes. Holy cow. I know I was letting it sit for 17. So yeah, we're about an hour and a half on the stream. I think I'm going to take a quick little break. Be right back. Screen coming your way. Won't be too long, so don't go anywhere. Just refresh yourself. If you have any questions while the break screen is up, throw them in, and I'll get to them right afterwards. But thank you guys for the beginning portion of this live stream. I love it. That was an effortless time. I know this conversation is helping more than just me and the ones asking it, but the people who are watching this afterwards and the other people who are just sitting back and watching this. So thank you guys, as always, for your participation, for your questions, your comments, your realizations, everything that you're feeling and experiencing. It's just so great. It's so helpful, and I appreciate it so much. So take a quick break, grab a little snack, grab a little drink or something, cuddle up in a blanket. I'll be right back, 5-10 minutes tops, not going anywhere for very long. Drop your questions in here if you have any questions, and we'll get to them in just a second. All right. Okay. Be right back.
I did
Okay, hello, welcome back. How are we doing? Everyone feeling good? Okay, we're back. We are back on track. Man, you guys are talking without me. I feel left out. Okay, here we go. Where did we leave off? Okay, mic's on. Just making sure from last time. All right. I am absolutely perfect says thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. It's nice to meet you. If you guys are liking the video so far, the live streams, if you're on Twitch, I'd appreciate a follow. If you're on YouTube, it would mean a lot to me if you subscribed. That's never a should, but always helps me, especially where I'm at. And I would love to have you along for the journey and have you in more of these live streams. So if things are resonating and helping, that balance of energy of you subscribing helps me a lot in these beginning times. So thank you. And you're welcome. Okay, I want to make sure everyone's here. You guys have just been talking to... Alright, you guys have been helping each other out. This is great. Okay. I appreciate it. The stream is always working, you know? The live is always flowing. Even when I'm breaking. Alright. So Amber asked, do you do those manifestations on specific moments of the day? Or do you have to feel your visualizations the whole day? Whereas look, Deborah responded, I don't force it. If it feels forced, I stop. I follow my intuition and do it when it feels good. Yeah, I think that's a great recommendation. The goal is to feel it all throughout the day, you know. But at first, doing it before bed it's the best because you impress the subconscious the easiest when you're in that state right before you're about to go to sleep. And then when you go to sleep feeling good and feeling the reality of what it is you want and what it is you're visualizing. That's what's just going to generate that process the best for you. But yeah, the intention is always to feel it as done and as a fact throughout your day. And that doesn't mean that you're always thinking about it throughout the day. You might just be noticing that you're feeling really good just knowing that it's done and being satisfied with knowing that it's done. But yeah, when you're sitting in traffic or you're standing in line or just doing things that are sort of mundane in your life, going to the bank, running errands, you know, in those moments you could stop for 2 minutes or whatever the traffic light is, how long it is, and do it then as well. And just do a quick little rehash. Of course, you don't have to go into that sleepy state, but just feel the reality, like just have a little moment, you know. This can take you a long ways. But yeah, but apparently before bedtime, it's a great moment so they imprint into your subconscious as you fall asleep. Yeah, and that's what Neville Goddard teaches, and that's what I teach as well. It impresses that subconscious mind so much better when you're in that relaxed state, because there's no other thoughts coming to convince you that what you're saying isn't there yet or isn't real or anything like that. You're just very relaxed and you just allow. And it's a great little thing. So yeah, good to know. I just remembered. Nice. Just remember that I listened to manifestation meditation videos before and during sleep a few years ago, and it really worked for me at that time. I should try that again. Yeah, try whatever works. Whatever works, keep going with it. Double down on it, triple down on it. It's amazing because that's when the mind is quiet, so it's a good moment for your subconscious to absorb those images without the logical mind fighting them. Literally exactly what I just said. We're on the same mind wavelength. Yep. Also, the mind doesn't know the difference between real and imagined, so if the logical mind gets in the way, it'll try to contradict it exactly, and you'll end up checking the 3D reality. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, and it only doesn't know the difference when you have the feeling. So it'll know the difference if you don't create the feeling of the wish fulfilled in your imagination. Then it will know the difference, but it won't know the difference. Your reality, your mind, the subconscious does not know the difference between the imagined state and something that's actually manifested if you feel it with all the sensory vividness of reality. So I just want to add that in there. I expect Max to grab his peanuts. Ha! I literally grabbed them right as I came on the stream, and had a nice little mouthful of them. That's hilarious. It's really becoming a theme. That's hilarious, Deb. You're a funny one. That's funny. I've been being checked by 3D a lot lately. Feels like the universe double and triple checking my resolve. Yeah, that's how it can feel. It's not the actual thing that's happening like we talked about earlier, but it's definitely like, yeah, I could feel like, again, like that test or that nudge or that what was the word you said earlier? I already forgot it. I forget. But yeah, it can feel like that for sure at first, you know, because you probably still do have some definitions that just need cleaned up. That's the only reason that would be happening. It's just because there's some definitions or some aspects of something that you've changed or let go of that you haven't fully changed or let go of. So it's just an opportunity to be like, well, okay, what's still hanging around? You go deeper. What's deeper even behind what you already let go of? Because there's many layers to the onion with a lot of these things. Man is laughing. Peanuts aren't a bad idea. Didn't he mention getting pistachios? Yeah, I haven't got them yet. I haven't got through my bowl of peanuts yet, so I shall not let them go to waste. Leave no peanut behind. I always eat pistachios. Maybe I gave him the idea. You did give me the idea because I freaking love pistachios as well. I'm going to have them already pre-done, so I'm not going to be doing it. But yes, they will be sitting in this bowl very soon, within however many live streams it takes for me to get through these peanuts. My current bowl. LOL, cool. I'll get my almonds and we can all be nuts together. Yes, we should. The more nuts we can be together, the better. I trust my intuition and avoid checking the 3D. Yep, just avoid it. Yeah, I know. I mean, honestly, like, we have to, like, turn our attention away from what is a lot of the time. Like, just live in that imagined state. And you'll notice that you just look around and you're so much more appreciative and grateful for what's manifested because you know it's not going to stick around for much longer. So then you kind of milk everything that you can out of what's currently manifested. You appreciate it for all that it's worth because you know it's going away soon. And don't you do that in life too? Whenever you realize that, like, a friend of yours is about to go off to, like out of high school, for example, like when all my friends and we were all going our separate ways, I appreciated even more of the present moment and was more present with my moments because I wanted to milk it for all that I could because I knew it wasn't going to last. I knew it wasn't going to stick around. I knew it was going to change and go away. I wasn't going to ever have these moments again with my high school friends where we're all together like this, one last party, one last bonfire, one last get together. It's not going to happen. It's not going to be the same. And so when that happens, when you know that's coming, then you start literally being more present and appreciative of what's already currently manifesting because you know it's about to change. So when you know it's about to change, then that's a good sign as well that you can recognize what's going on in your life, congratulate yourself, get yourself a Hershey pie or some ice cream, and congratulate yourself like, holy shit, like I'm more present right now. Things are about to change and I'm going to kind of miss everything that I've been Groundhog's Daying for so long in my life and having on repeat because I've been in autopilot. I'm going to kind of miss it because I'm finally present with what's already been and what's already always been here. And it's always not been as bad as I thought it was. And it's been great, but I'm going to miss it. That means you're moving in the right direction. Ooh, yes, that is some good stuff. That is some good stuff. Absolutely. Love it. See, just a little question. I trust my intuition and avoid checking in with the 3D brings all that out of me. Thank you so much. You guys don't know how much it helps, all of you. Just saying one little blip can send me off and bring up something in me, so thank you. Haha, laugh, W. And boom. We must have been squirrels in past life. Yeah, exactly. Yep, I hide these very, very, I have to, just coming out of my hibernation. I'm getting ready for my hibernation. I gotta eat as many as I can. Can't let any other squirrels get my nuts. Okay, we must have... What do you mean with checking the 3D exactly? Okay, here we go. Okay, and I'm at the bottom here. What do you mean with checking the 3D exactly? I mean, I am not constantly looking around to see if my manifestation is here yet, because that means you're in lack of it and not trusting the process. Exactly. Very well said. Yeah. It just means that you're way too aware that what you want isn't currently here. You're not living as if it were. Because that's the thing. You have to act as if everything that you want and everything that you want to be is already real, is already manifested. So if you're looking around at the 3D, what's already manifested in the three-dimensional reality that you're living right now, then you're just going to slow yourself down, get in the way, and get frustrated about it. Ask when or how and all the questions that you don't have the answers to and will never have the answers to. And it just slows the whole track down. So yeah, very, very well said. Oh. Look at we trust. Yeah, it means you're in the okay. Ah, thank you. I understand. Okay, cool. I'm glad you guys are just getting the, getting the clarity to everybody before I come in and seal the deal. Just relax and enjoy the ride. What's yours will inevitably, again, that inevitable word is such a good word, find its way to you. Yes, it will. Do you know the YouTuber Aaron Doty? He talks about that a lot, that you should not want because wanting is lacking. Yeah. And I think like we gotta be careful with like it's not a bad thing to want. That's how it all starts. You're always gonna be like we're humans. We never stop wanting something. We never stop wanting. But it's just not to get stuck in the wanting because it's great to have that moment initially like, oh, I want this. This is what I want. This is what I prefer. This is what I like. This is what I don't like. And you recognizing that, and that's wanting. But just don't get stuck in the wanting because, again, yeah, if you're stuck in the wanting, then it actually is lacking. And I think I know who you're talking about, Aaron. I think I've seen him, yeah. Very popular YouTuber in this space, for sure. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Because wanting is lacking, yes, absolutely. Yes, I know him and I agree with that concept. You don't manifest what you want, but what you are. Exactly. If you feel you're lacking something, you'll attract more lack of it, yeah. Yep, because you're never actually lacking anything. You may have an abundance of lack, but you're never actually lacking anything. You're never actually lacking an abundance. You just might have an abundance of lack going on. That's all. So just focus yourself differently. Focusing yourself into what you have abundantly that you actually prefer to have abundantly. You're never lacking abundance. You just have a belief and definition that's causing you to experience an abundance of lack. Very well said. I was right. Peanuts, yep. Dang it. Now I gotta like anticipate it. I gotta, I don't know. Like what time, when will Max grab his first peanut? You're gonna have to start like putting in $1 or something like that. When it will be today. Oh, that's funny. Very funny. I was at the peanuts. Yep, grabbed them immediately. I meant that reality I'm observing can briefly pull me out of alignment, just enough for me to notice and affirm my choice and to consciously get back into alignment. Sifting, thank you. Sifting was the word. What's actually happening is the nervous system running a check to see if whatever it is still triggers a reaction. When it doesn't, the system gradually disassociates the meaning, yes, and then grasps onto the new meaning that you prefer. Very well said. You're welcome. It's literally why we're here. Of course you knew, Queen. LOL. Yeah, 100%. She knew about the peanuts. She knew about it. Dang it. Yeah. Okay, we're all caught up. Yeah, that's very, yeah. Yeah, that was good. I'm really like grabbing on to what I was saying about the, like when you know something's about to change in your life, that's the anticipation that you need to have. It's an anticipation, not an expectation. I think that is a great differentiation on those two words. It's great to have anticipation of change and things being on the horizon for you, because when you do that, that means you are associating differently with yourself and your reality to where then your current reality becomes more malleable and it can change more easily. And so when you're like, like I was getting all like bummed out, like I was going to miss my friends from high school, and I'm anticipating it. That brought me more into the present and made me more appreciative and grateful for the past and the present, for the inevitable change that I knew was coming. So if it's felt like Groundhog's Day, if it feels like you've been on autopilot for a very long time, and you start feeling more present, you start feeling more grateful and appreciative, if you can do things that guide you into being more appreciative and grateful, then things will just inevitably change. And then on top of all that, you're anticipating change in a way that basically forces you to appreciate everything you have going around you, because you know everything that around you is about to change. Oh boy, that is a money spot to be in. If you can just stay there and ride that till the end of your days, you'll be good. You'll be living happily ever after, in my opinion. That anticipation, that joyful anticipation that everything works out in the perfect time, everything always works out for you. I'm going to be seeking that out too. I mean, so many things come to me for the first time, different analogies, symbologies, metaphors, things all come from these discussions and with all of you guys and just me being present here on these live streams. So again, thank you. My gratitude is always here for you guys. That's I'm taking that one to the bank. Yep, just like last live stream, that was at like the same level as everything's right under our nose. And the only reason that we don't feel that our manifestations are close is because we don't realize how close they actually are. Just like when a criminal wants to hide something from the detective or something, or hide himself, he'll hide it in plain sight where the detective would never think to look, because that's the last place you would think to look. And we're the same way. The last place we would think to look for all of our manifestations, everything we want to be and do and have, is right here under our nose, right in front of us, where it's always been and always will be. It's not far away out there somewhere. It's always right here, right now, in the present moment. And we can catch the feeling, we can catch the glimpse, and when we do, when we smell that meal, Deborah, when we smell the meal that's already been placed, the order's been placed, the meal has been prepped, and we start following the breadcrumbs and following the smells and the synchronicities that lead us to that end meal, which is our end manifestation, then we get to enjoy the journey of it and have fun with all the synchronicities and play with our guides and play with God and the universe in that way that it's just we're always enjoying the journey. And then when we're always enjoying the journey, then more things synchronize and we enjoy those, and it's just a perpetual, endless stream of grace and love and abundance and joy and involvement and growth and challenges that guide us to where we need to go. Hell yeah. Oh, and when you see how abundant you are in what it is, you get even more synchronicities, baby. Yes, absolutely. Synchronicities, even as far as Deb anticipating me eating my peanuts. Max, you look like Tommy Johansson, a Swedish singer/guitarist. Look it up. Yeah, I got a lot of doppelgangers for sure. People are always comparing me to different things depending on what's going on with my hair, with my physique, with everything, which is always like changing and evolving. So that's funny. Yeah, I'll look him up. A Swedish guitarist and singer. That's fun. Yes, that meal is always delicious. It sure is delicious. Yes, it is. It's always delicious. Especially when we've anticipated every moment of how wonderful it's going to be when we actually taste it. But then don't you notice like all that time that it takes to prepare for a Thanksgiving meal or a Christmas meal or whatever, or just any meal in general? You eat it up within 5 or 10 minutes and then it's done. You enjoy it. It was great. It was amazing. But then like you're on to the next and you're satisfied. And then you get hungry for more, and then it just keeps going and going and going. It's very fascinating. It's very fun. Very fun to experience and live that life with those realizations. But I don't know, should we get into some Neville Goddard, unless you guys have other topics you want to dive into or other questions? Anyone else that needs anything, let me know, and you could drop it in at any time. But we can get reading a little bit. Keep going with the prayer, The Art of Believing, Neville Goddard book we've been reading. That'll be kind of fun. Get into there a little bit. Got to be grateful for the journey. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, yeah. All right, without further ado, I think it's story time. We'll just pick up where we left off last time, I believe. If I can remember. It's here somewhere. But nothing wrong with rehashing it a little bit. Okay. I gotta put the hair up for a second. It's driving me nuts. Alright. Gotta be grateful. Alright, here we go. Back into the Neville Goddard journey and universe. And we'll discuss it as we go. It's always fun. Alright. I wonder if we... Okay, well, this looks good. Cures the anticipation. Alright. So the acceptance of the end wills the means. Let me do it like this. The acceptance of the end wills the means. And the wisest reflection could not devise more effective means than those which are willed by the acceptance of the end. Mentally talk to your friends as though your desires for them were already realized. If you want desires for your friends, if you want all of these things, if you want health for your friends or your family, see them as that now. See them as that now in your real life and in your imagination. But I love that. I'm going to read it again. The acceptance of the will means the ends. Acceptance of the end wills the means. And the wisest reflection could not devise... the wisest reflection. So us overthinking or having some, intellectualizing the shit out of something, and as good as that might feel sometimes, the wisest reflection, the wisest overthinking, the wisest whatever, could not devise more effective means than those which are willed by the acceptance of the end. So the acceptance of the end is everything. If you can just get yourself to accept the end and be in the truth of it and live your life as if it was done, live your life as if you have the number in the bank account that you've always wanted, so on and so forth. If you could just live that way now, it's inevitable that it will show up in your life in some way, shape, or form. It may look a bit different. There are many forms of abundance, but it will likely be even more and even better than you could have ever imagined. So mentally talk to your friends as though your desires for them were already realized. And then also talk to your friends as if your desires are already realized. Like, imagine them congratulating you. Imagine them giving you a hug or shaking hands with that dream job, the new boss, or maybe you're your own boss and you had a big breakthrough. Imagine your friends or your family or whoever means the most to you congratulating yourself, giving you a hug, a handshake, a high five, whatever it is. Imagine that and just loop that over and over again. That's how simple the imaginal acts can be. They just got to produce the most feeling. All the sensory vividness of reality, all right? All right, you guys, hello. Oh, wait, where are we going? Gotta be, yes. We divine feminines are very intuitive, Max. You sure are. You sure are. And you help me with the words you say, for sure. You know your roots? You might be Scandinavian. I know I'm German. That's all I really know. I probably have other things. But apparently I'm German. From what I've been told. By my parents, I think. But so yeah. Yes, please read to us. Will do. Viking heritage pretty far back, but haven't done an in-depth research, lol. Yeah. Viking heritage, possibly. Very possibly, I don't know. That'd be a crazy lifetime, huh? Amazing. I was guessing about Max's heritage. You have some Vikings. Yeah, I could see it. Max could be Danish or Swedish. I have no clue what my ancestry is. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting. It'd be kind of fun. Probably lots of ways, shapes, and forms. Yep. It always is. It always is. We're a melting pot of our past, of our ancestors. Danish or Swedish, though. I wouldn't, I don't even know what that would mean for me. But sure. Absolutely. All right, let's keep going. Imagination is the beginning of the growth of all forms, and faith is the substance out of which they are formed. I love it. Imagination is the beginning of the growth of all forms, the growth of everything that you want, the growth of everything, the growth of everything. And faith is the substance out of which they are formed. Faith is the water that you put on it, the sunlight you give it, all the nutrients. Yeah. By imagination, that which exists in latency or is asleep within the deep of consciousness is awakened and is given form. The cures attributed to the influence of certain medicines, relics, and places are the effect of imagination and faith. The curative power is not in the spirit that is in them. It is in the spirit in which they are accepted. Basically, he's talking about the placebo effect, which was probably before even that came about. I think Neville was probably even before his time. I don't know when the placebo effect kind of hit the main stage, but that's exactly what he's talking about. And that's kind of what I was talking about at the beginning of the live stream with, it's really just a permission slip. So if you're into the astrology thing and the planets aligning and that brings you into, giving yourself permission to believe more or have more faith, then great. But those aren't the actual things that are giving birth to the reality that you're seeking. It's just your agreeance and your permission that you're allowing those beliefs to give you, that give you the faith that everything will manifest in its perfect timing. It's why people use crystals, people who use those kinds of things. Those are all just permission slips, as I like to say. They just give you permission to believe in a certain way in a certain thing, that once you buy into it and you know it to be true, then that's what you're going to see outpictured in your reality, because that'll just be the way things are for you in your reality. So yeah, placebo effect. A healer never heals. A healer produces an atmosphere for the one being healed to heal him or his or herself, through believing that the atmosphere that has been created through the knowledge and wisdom and the gifts that the client thinks that the healer has, that belief is what is actually healing, not the healer itself. It's always us. It's always been us. Pretty cool to know, right? Really puts the power back in your own hands. Hang on, I'm going to move this so I can... There we go. So I can put this down. Okay, I need like one of those little book holders. Alright, did I miss anything? Absolutely. Alright, wonderful souls, I need to start to hit the bed. I have morning shifts this week and my alarm is set for 6 a.m. Have a wonderful day / night, whatever time you're at. Spread the light, absolutely. Deborah, have a great night. Thank you as always for joining in. No late nights when you have to wake up at 6 a.m. So I feel that. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all your words and everything. Always appreciate your wisdom and your clarifications and your sharing. So thank you so much. I'll check out that email, by the way, and I'll shoot you one back. But appreciate it. Have a great night. We'll see you next time. See you Tuesday, hopefully. Good night, beautiful lady. Love that. Growth of everything and everyone. Yep. Individual choice paths. Yep. All of it. All right, shall we? This is a quote from the Bible here. The letter killeth, but the spirit giveth life. The subjective mind is completely controlled by suggestion. The subjective mind, your subconscious mind, is completely controlled by suggestion. So whether the object of your faith be true or false, you will get the same results. There is nothing unsound in the theory of medicine or in the claims of priesthood for their relics and holy places. The subjective mind of the patient accepts the suggestion of health conditioned on such states, and as soon as these conditions are met, proceeds to realize health. So yeah, if you're having a surgery or anything like that, it's really not the surgery that's healing you, even though there might be medicine and science that says this is a proven fact that if you put this there and that there, then you're going to feel better, you're going to feel worse. That's still just placebo effect. That's still you buying into it. So it's pretty cool. Neville talking about the placebo effect before it's time. And he doesn't mention that it's called the placebo effect, so it must be before his time. And this is from the Bible. According to your faith, be it done unto you, for all things are possible to him that believeth. I think many of us have heard that before. I recently released that very narrative and packed up my crystals to give to a friend just beginning her journey. Oh, that's nice. Passing them on. That's cool. It's always our intention, not the medium we focus it through. I know you get what I mean. Yeah, exactly. You're basically just reflecting what I said in a practical way that you've actually embodied in your life. So that's cool. That's some hand-me-down crystals. That's cool. Let it be her step in the journey, her rung on the ladder. Shit, that might be what she needs at that time. Everyone needs different things at different times, and she may come to realize the same thing that you do, or she may not. But it doesn't matter as long as she's getting the benefit out of it. So that's cool. That's a powerful realization. That's you dropping the old identity as well, and you becoming something new. So I mean, that's another Hershey pie type moment. Confident expectation of a state is the most potent means of bringing it about. The confident expectation of a cure does that which no medical treatment can accomplish. So yeah, it's just your expectation, your anticipation, if you will, that those things are going to work. And so that's what wills the means, is you knowing that it works. Failure is always due to an antagonistic autosuggestion by the patient, arising from objective doubt of the power of the medicine or relic, or from doubt of the truth of the theory. Oh, I'll read that again. Failure is always due to an antagonistic autosuggestion by the patient, the one who's being healed, going into surgery, taking the medicine, going to a priest for a holy blessing or something, arising from objective doubt of the power of the medicine or relic, or from doubt of the truth of the theory. Yeah, so if you don't buy into the truth of the theory of medicine, or the theory or the belief of a priest or a healer or anything like that, then you won't see the healing. Even if those have been proven time and time again that they have worked for many and many patients, if you're one who just doesn't believe it's going to work for you, then it's probably not going to work for you. Many of us, either from too little emotion or too much intellect, both of which are stumbling blocks in the way of prayer, cannot believe that which our senses deny. Oh, that's so good. The subjective mind, what again? The message is that you think are coming from me subconsciously are not subconscious. Yes, I think I know what you mean. I'm looking for the subjective mind part, but I think it'll resolve itself in the coming sentences or at another time in the live stream. So many of us from too little emotion. So if you have too little emotion or too much intellect, you overthink things, you over-intellectualize things. Everything that you want in life, you're just thinking too much about. You're thinking about the how and the when. Or if you just have too little emotion, you're not feeling strongly enough the reality of that which you want. Both of those are stumbling blocks in the way of prayer / manifestation. Because you cannot believe that which your senses deny. Or you're not allowing yourself to believe that which your senses deny. You're not buying into the imaginal act that you're creating enough. Okay, makes sense so far? To force ourselves to believe will end in greater doubt. To force ourselves to believe will end in greater doubt. Being forceful with it, pushing it too hard, trying too hard, over-intellectualizing, overthinking, being too realistic and caught in the now and the 3D reality that's already manifested, that's only going to cause greater doubt. To avoid such counter-suggestions, though, the patient should be unaware, objectively, of the suggestions which are made to him. So it's best to just receive. Just receive, know that it works, know that this is going to work. Take the suggestion, this works, this surgery is what we're doing, this practice is what we're doing. It works, just accept that. Don't ask a bunch of questions. Even if there is insurmountable evidence. Yeah, exactly. If there's tons of evidence surrounding that's worked for many people, that's all well and good, and if that helps your belief, then great. But if that doesn't convince you, then yeah, it won't. Yeah, all good. Alright, cool. The most effective method of healing or influencing the behavior of others consists in what is known as the silent or absent treatment. When the subject is unaware, objectively, of the suggestion given him, there is no possibility of him setting up an antagonistic belief. It is not necessary that the patient know objectively that anything is being done for him. Yeah. So just, again, getting into that state of absolute acceptance. Just accepting that the life you want exists now. Just accepting it. Don't need to know how. Don't need to know all of the procedures. You don't need to know all the ingredients to the medicine or the cake or the meal. You don't need to know all the ingredients. You just need to know they're all in place and they're all there and they all exist right now. You don't need to figure all that out. You don't need to know all that. It just causes more doubt. You do more research. Yeah, stop all that overthinking. There you go. Exactly. From what is known of the subjective and objective processes of reasoning, it is better that he should not know objectively of that which is being done for him. The more completely the objective mind is kept in ignorance of the suggestion, the better will the subjective mind perform its functions. Basically, perform the functions of the healing. Perform the functions of manifesting that thing that you want. That's why Neville Goddard talks about using that technique and that process and that tool of quieting your mind, getting into that drowsy, sleepy state before you go into sleep and imagining things then. Because then you're just much less likely to contradict yourself because you're in that state of mind where you feel neutral, you're feeling good and relaxed, and you can just receive. So just receive. Just know and receive. The subject subconsciously accepts the suggestion and thinks he originates it, proving the truth of Spinoza's dictum that we know not the causes that determine our actions. The subject subconsciously accepts the suggestion and thinks that he originates the suggestion, proving that we know not the causes that determine our actions. Yeah, that's interesting. I think I'll just let that one sit there. That's good. The subconscious mind is the universal conductor which the operator modifies with his thoughts and feelings. The subconscious mind is the universal conductor which the operator modifies with his thoughts and feelings. So you're the one who gets to modify. By what you're thinking and by what you're feeling is how you modify. Visible states are either the vibratory effects of subconscious vibrations within you, or they are vibratory causes of the corresponding vibrations within you. A disciplined man never permits them to be causes unless they awaken in him the desirable states of consciousness. Yeah, so if you want the medicine, if you want the crystals or the tinctures or whatever that a healer gives you, and you want that to be the cause and you buy into those things as the cause, then you can do it that way. Otherwise, you just lay back and accept. Lay back and accept the fact that it's happening. and that it's done. With knowledge of the law of reversibility, the disciplined man transforms his world by imagining and feeling only what is lovely and of good rapport. The beautiful idea he awakens within himself shall not fail to arouse its affinity in others. He knows the Savior of the world is not a man, but the manifestation that would save. He knows the Savior of the world is not a man, but the manifestation that would save. The sick man's Savior is health. The hungry man's is food. The thirsty man's Savior is water. He walks in the company of the Savior by assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. So you walk with God. You walk with Jesus. You walk with these guys as you assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled. That is how you truly walk with God. That's how you are truly entangled. That's how you're truly entangled with God and Jesus and whoever you look up to at all times. Is just by assuming the feeling that would be yours if what you wanted was already fulfilled and already a reality, which it is. By the law of reversibility, that all transformations of force are reversible, the energy or feeling awakened transforms itself into the state imagined. He never waits 4 months for the harvest. If in 4 months the harvest will awaken in him a state of joy, then inversely, the joy of harvest now will awaken the harvest now. Okay, I got to reread that again. That is juicy. Okay, so by the law of reversibility, that all transformations of force are reversible. The energy or feeling awakened transforms itself into the state imagined. He never waits 4 months for the harvest. So you're not sitting around waiting for your harvest. You're not sitting around waiting for your manifestation. If in 4 months the harvest will awaken in him a state of joy, then inversely, the joy of harvest now, before you see the harvest, will awaken the harvest now. So you have to awaken the belief of the harvest now. Things are already harvested. You don't have to wait for the 4 months to prove to you that the harvest is done now. You can feel as if you could feel the joy that would be yours if the manifestation was already harvested now. And then if you do that before anything on the outside looks like it's been harvested, the harvest will awaken right now. Your manifestation will awaken right now. That's just so... I love that. That's so good. Awaken the harvest within yourself. It's there, it's done. And the second that you start feeling the joy of the harvest that would be yours if the harvest was harvested, and you feel that now, then the harvest will live inside you now and will objectify itself at the perfect timing. Not a second late, not a second too early. Perfect timing. Just like when a baby comes out the womb, perfect timing. It's inevitable. Once you know that you've impregnated the subconscious with what you want, you know that its manifestation is inevitable, and it will happen at the perfect time. Once a woman gets pregnant, we all know that it's a 9-month period that's happening. It's going to be at the perfect time. We don't always know the exact date, but it'll happen at the perfect time, and it always does, doesn't it? That's just the kind of belief we need to have in our manifestations and in what we want. This from the Bible. Now is the acceptable time to give beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he might be glorified. And that is how that chapter ends. Any questions? It's just, it's so good. This is why I love Neville Goddard so much. It just all makes sense when you think about it. Oh, we are loud. Sorry, I've been quiet, having huge epiphanies over here. I'm listening, yes, entangled with the one, which is within each of us, depending on one's belief. Yeah, don't be sorry for being quiet, and there's no obligation for you to talk through my entire live streams or comment through. I know you're here. It's all good. I don't need it. I appreciate it. I love it when it's here, but yeah, don't ever feel obligated or sorry. And yeah, have those epiphanies. Hell yeah. Don't let me stop you or rush you through your epiphanies. Good, madam. I reached when you're done. Great. What, Charisse? You reached when you're done. Oh no, just done with that chapter. No, okay, I'm gonna keep going. We're rolling. How's your night going, Charisse? What's going on? You enjoying your weekend? Have you healed yourself from that cold? It's all good, Charisse. We're all right here for you. We're not going anywhere. We're not going nowheres. It's okay. I got in an accident just now, but it's only the tire got messed up. Oh no. Did someone hit you? Or did you run into something? What happened? Just the tire? They just popped the tire? The whole wheel? I wonder. Glad you're alright though. Glad no injuries. Hey, you're here. That's great. Appreciate it post-crash. A lot of things happen, you know. Unexpected twists and turns. You know, those are even synchronicities as well, by the way. Little things like that. They're all synchronicities. Somehow, some way. They're all reflections. Some way, somehow. It's just something to observe, you know? I pulled to the side, and now my dad's blaming me for pulling and not letting the van hit me. Because then they'll be liable. Y'all seeing that logic? Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, because you wouldn't feel good about that anyways, would you, Charisse? If you're thinking in that moment, oh, I better not pull away, I better just let him hit me so I can get all the advantage of it. I call that man logic. I think that's just I don't want to be too strong with this term. I'm trying to think of a more gentle way to put it, but yeah, I don't know if I need to say it. It's just I mean, anyone can have that thought, you know? It comes from kind of a lack, you know, a feeling of lack, you know? Feeling like you'd rather have someone else pay that, you know, than you, or be the one to blame than yourself. Yeah, all that stuff. Anyways, we don't gotta get into that. It's no big deal. You're safe and sound. You're good to go. It's just a little tire. That won't be too bad. And you're good to go. You'll be rolling back on the street in no time. See how things just come to you effortlessly, Charisse? Just effortless manifestations. But it wasn't anything big deal, you know? If you were feeling differently, behaving differently, who knows? It could have been a whole different situation. Yeah, the chapter's good. How's the chapter? No, it's good. It was really good. Some great epiphanies, some great stuff. I'm going to continue here too. Um, really, that was kind of a long chat. That was still continuing on from last live stream as well. And then I think we only have 2 more. No, we still have some chapters to go. Oh yeah, we got plenty. Oh gosh, yeah, we got a lot. This will be good. And then we'll have to raffle our next book. We'll have to raffle the next one. 2, 3. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna keep reading. You guys chime in as you will. Otherwise, it's all good, and we'll just you guys are just taking it in. Make your notes. If you need a journal or something with these epiphanies, write it down so you don't forget. It is recorded, so you can always watch it back. That's very true. Now they are financially responsible for the damage instead of the other driver, but I see both sides. Yeah, it's just one of those things. All right, everyone. Okay, what is this? Chapter 4 is controlled reverie. Everyone is amenable to the same psychological laws which govern the ordinary hypnotic subject. Is it amenable or an amenable? I think it's amenable. Amenable. Whatever. He is amenable to control by suggestion. In hypnosis, the objective senses are partly or totally suspended. So yeah, that's what I always say, like that controlled reverie, that state of that sleepy, drowsy, sleepy state is basically just the hypnotist with his little watch, that classic thing. You were getting very, very sleepy and waving the watch in front of your eyes. Yeah, that's the state of consciousness that we're going for, and that's why hypnosis works, is because they get you into that suggestible state where they can influence you in that way. However, no matter how profoundly the objective senses are locked in However, no matter how profoundly the objective senses are locked in hypnosis, the subjective faculties are alert, and the subject recognizes everything that goes on around him. The activity and power of the subjective mind are proportionate to the sleep of the objective mind. The activity and power of the subjective mind are proportionate to the sleep of the objective mind. Yeah, so you want your objective mind to be as sleepy and asleep as you can make it, because you want to be as suggestible as you can, but you still want to be aware of what's going on to an extent. Suggestions which appear powerless when presented directly to the objective consciousness are highly efficacious when the subject is in the hypnotic state. The hypnotic state is simply being unaware objectively. So being unaware objectively of your currently manifested reality. Just being unaware of it. Living in that dream state. Living in the hypnotic state, basically. In hypnotism, the conscious mind is put to sleep and the subconscious powers are exposed as to be directly reached by suggestion. It is easy to see from this, providing you accept the truth of the mental suggestions, that anyone not objectively aware of you is in a profound hypnotic state relative to you. That's interesting. It is easy to see from this, providing you accept the truth of the mental suggestions, that anyone in your life not objectively aware of you is in a profound hypnotic state relative to you. Yeah, that could be picked apart a little more. I'm going to keep going. Okay, therefore, and this is from, I got this one down. Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 20. Curse not the king, no, not in thy thought, and curse not the rich in the bedchamber. For a bird of the air shall carry the voice, and that which hath wings shall tell the matter. What you sincerely believe is true of another, you will awaken within him. And we've talked about that before. No one need be entranced in the ordinary matter to be helped. If the subject is consciously unaware of the suggestion, and if the suggestion is given with conviction and confidently accepted by the operator as true, then you have the ideal setting for a successful prayer. Aw. That's how we pray. That's how we pray. Getting in that suggestible state and believing and knowing that what we believe and what we feel to be true is the initiation of our prayer and is how we actually pray. I like that. But I'll be back in a bit if you're still live. Otherwise, see you Tuesday. All right, sounds good, Amanda. Thank you. Represent the subject to yourself mentally as though he had already done that which you desire him to do. Represent the subject to yourself mentally as though he had already done that which you desire him to do. Mentally speak to him and congratulate him on having done what you want him to do. Mentally see him in the state you want him to obtain. No, go back. Oh boy. Go back where? Where do you want? I'll be back in here. The sentence before the Bible verse. Okay. Yeah, I know that was okay. It is easy to see from this, providing you accept the truth of mental suggestions, that anyone not objectively aware of you is in a profound hypnotic state relative to you. Charisse, I don't understand. It's all good. I'm picking that is like anyone that's not objectively aware of you is in a profound hypnotic state relative to you. Man, I can't, it's in my mind, but I cannot put words to it right now. I'm gonna have to come back to it, to that particular sentence. But there you go, Amanda. Did that satisfy? Yeah, it's like in my brain, but my brain cannot make the words for it right now. I'll come back to it when yeah. What Goddard is explaining is how to program a mind. Keep going. It's dressed up and coded. But that's what he's explaining. Yeah, that's what's and I want to be able to dive into it a little bit deeper. And I'm going to look at that after the live stream. Okay. So let's just clear our minds. We'll move past that a little bit. So again, represent the subject to yourself mentally as though he had already done that which you desire him to do. Mentally speak to him and congratulate him on having done what you want him to do. Mentally see him in the state you want him to obtain. Within the circle of its action, every word subjectively spoken awakens objectively what it affirms. Incredulity, I can't say that word right now, on the part of the subject is no hindrance when you are in control of your reverie. Okay, let's take this apart in a second. I feel like speaking to God as if he already fulfilled your wishes seems audacious and demanding. Yeah, I think that's just kind of the programming though, Charisse. Like that, I mean, that's what I grew up thinking, like in religion. I know you're not religious, I don't think, but that's kind of what that is. Because again, we don't see God as separate from us. So like when we're talking about prayer, this is not the way to like religiously pray. This is just an opportunity to show yourself the mechanism of prayer. So it's not like you have to be doing this, praying to God as if you were like in church. This is just like the mechanism of prayer that's not taught in religion. But it is like audacious, or or delusional, like we've talked about, because you're denying all of the senses. But it's not like you're it's not like you're demanding in like a negative sense that God give you what you're wanting through what you're assuming to be true, or what you're assuming is already fulfilled. That's honestly you being of more faith than getting down on your knees and like begging and asking God to give you blessings and to change the circumstance and scenario in your life. I think that's honestly the most audacious and demanding. That's way more audacious and demanding than just assuming that it's done, because you know that God is all good and that you know that you're not separate from God. And it's you professing your faith to the universe, to God, to yourself, that what you know to be true is a reality and is what will be true for you. You're not waiting for God to answer the prayer by asking him. You're accepting and being thankful to God that it's already been accepted. I agree. You are the creator. Yeah. So does that make a little more sense, Charisse? I think, man, I feel, Charisse, from what I get from you, I feel like your personality is perfect for this kind of prayer, this kind of the Neville Goddard teachings. I really strongly do. If you could just get out of your way of thinking that you're being like demanding from God to like, and commanding God to like do it in your way in like a negative sense, and you just used it as an act of faith, and you could just be like thank you, God, that this is real for me, that this exists, that this is happening, that this is me, that this represents me, that which I'm imagining and I get excited about when I imagine it represents who I am. And God, I know that you can bring me so much more than what I am even imagining. I know that even what I'm imagining with all this feeling and everything that I can muster up in my imagination is actually a limitation, God, to what you can bring to me. Because you're really just sending out that vibration to God, to the universe, of what represents your joy and what represents your happiness. That's why we let go of the expectation as to what the outcome needs to look like, and we just let it go in that moment. Just like once the female's actually pregnant, there's no question that she's going to be pregnant throughout the whole pregnancy. She's pregnant, a baby's coming, and it's coming at some point. And so that's the faith. And that's the way that you can use it. And it's not demanding. But Charisse, I feel like if you can hone that in, like your personality, you're just kind of, you're kind of audacious in a good way, spunky, very blunt and forward. If you could just be like, yeah, like God, universe, like this is mine, and I accept it, and you say that with like love and with faith, like God is gonna be like, hell yeah, like, and here you go, and here's something way better than your limited mind can imagine. Great rebuttal, good stuff. Okay, cool, it made sense. Woo! I love that. I love it. Just my 2 cents. I talk to God like I'm an avatar and he is playing the video game, but the fact that I know this makes communication two-way. Oh, I like that. Talk to God like I'm an avatar and he is playing. Oh, that's cool. Oh, yeah, because then, oh, yeah, I like that. Like I'm an avatar and he's playing the video game, and the video game is you, and you are the video game. And you're not separate from God, who is playing the video game that is you. So when you know that, yeah, it's the community. I like that. That's a good like partnership. That's a good mental. I'm gonna work with that a little bit more. I might steal that. I might even talk about future videos, future things. I'm stealing that, Amanda, for sure. Because people do have, like, when they go from religion to this mindset and belief system, that we're not separate from God, that we are God, we are the creator, we are the universe, we are all that is. We're not disconnected, we're literally connected to all. The all are the all is the one, and the one are the all. It's the most difficult to, like, how do I pray to God, or how do I have a relationship with God if I know it's me? How do I worship myself like that God? How do I do that? And I think that is like the core thing that I'll be talking about in the future for people who are transitioning from religion to this type of relationship with God and themselves and the universe. Because that is the most challenging part. Like, how do you worship yourself like the God that you worshipped in religion and in church? It's a challenging thing to do and to accept. And there's a lot of tools and steps up the ladder that can get you to that belief or get you to a more comfortable place. And that's different for everyone. But as long as you're moving more in that direction of resonating and entangling yourself more with the fact that you are God and the creator and you're not separate from anything or anything like that, then you're on the right path. You know, no one really has that completely figured out, or I won't say no one, but very, very few. Only the masters among us, only the enlightened really have that like down pat. So that's part of the journey of our evolution, is to link up with that knowing as fully as we can and embody it as fully as we can, to where we're walking around literally as God incarnated into a human. So that's awesome. Yeah, my faith is damaged, but what you just said and the way you match my logic and rebut it helps heal my faith. Oh. Whew. Sorry, everyone. Oh, I can't tell you. I can't tell you what that means to me. No, thank you for saying that and putting it in that way. Oh my gosh. Man, that's just what I want to do. That's why I do what I'm doing. That's who I've always been, is like that exact energy, to help people who struggle in that, who are feeling damaged, where their faith is damaged, where they don't feel connected to anything, where they don't know what to do, where to go. That was just so beautifully put. Holy shit. I do want to heal. I want to heal your faith. Everyone's faith. And help you to find your faith. Oh, man. Oh. All right, I'm okay. Oh. I hope you just know what that means to me, for real. Yes, yes, yes. Capital yes. I am an open channel. Amanda, that's really cool, especially if both know the outcome, can restore the faith in the faithless, aka me. I believe you prefer the word antenna. Yes, use your mirror. The literal mirror, talk to it, yeah. The counterpart mirror can be anyone on your frequency bandwidth. The counterpart mirror can be anyone on your frequency bandwidth, just my 2 cents. Yeah, beautiful. Do you see what you have created, Max? Full body tingles, love this. Don't you dare apologizing for demonstrating your purpose. This is what we came here to do, sir. He, she, it, I, you, we knows. No, yeah. Yeah, I was, I guess, apologizing for the silence. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, I think what that moment was me realizing what I've created and what I'm creating, and seeing that reflection. And just so beautifully put by Charisse, the way she said that just struck my heart. Really reignites everything in me, excites me for what's possible, for the work I'm doing, and for what my passion is. And this has always been me, and I have, it just hasn't been, I guess, there's times where I just felt like I went astray from what I knew was who I am. Like when I was in church, when I was a kid, growing up Catholic, like, the ideal Catholic or whatever is the Pope. And so I was like, I want to be the Pope. I would say that when I was... I would say that when I was a kid. That I just wanted to be that embodiment of faith, of leadership, of help and assistance. And then when I left the church, I lost that purpose. Like, I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know what was going to come, and all the learning and the dark night of the soul and everything that I've gone through in that time, leading me to who I am now and what I know and what I'm continuing to learn. I've just always wanted that, and that was just like the perfect embodiment of my mission. Oh man! Every time I start thinking about it again, I just want to burst. Full body tingles. Love this. Love you guys, for real. How can someone look so pretty when they cry? I don't know, Charisse. I don't know. It's oh, wow. Please read that out loud so that future viewers know what's happening with you. They won't see the comment. Of course. Both know the outcome because both create it for themselves. They just have to be patient and trust, recognizing your truth. I did read it out loud, didn't I? Maybe I cut myself off. Okay. This is the pure message of who I am and what I am, and recognizing your truth and what you are. Yeah, okay, all right. All right, Shuri said to my rebuttal with her feeling like she's being demanding of God. And everything I said, I don't even know what I said, but it just flows and channels out. She says, yeah, my faith is damaged. But what you just said and the way you match my logic and rebut it helps heal my faith. Yeah. And it helps heal mine as well. I feel for those who don't feel that faith. I know how hard it is. I know how it feels to feel betrayed by God, betrayed by yourself, betrayed by your parents, your society, because of what you learned. But it's yeah. I just know what it's like. I know how painful it is. And for those who have never felt faith in their lives, I feel for them as well. I'd love for them to just jump on this train that I've learned and what I'm continuing to learn about this journey and about not being separate from God. So that's a milestone, a pivot point, something amazing, a wonderful piece of this journey. And thank you, Charisse, for reflecting that to me and for the synchronicity. And thank you, Amanda, and everyone here with me here, giving me space to have those moments. Again, I am taking you through my journey as I go through it. Not as someone who has everything perfected, but as someone who just wants to help, inspire. Not from a place that's higher up or better than you or anyone, but as an equal, but just a different expression of the excitement of the Creator, and helping you to express that within yourself as the unique expression of God that you are. So thank you for the space. Thank you for having that moment with me, all of you. Truly wonderful, fulfilling, satisfying, unexpected. Yeah. Isn't it delicious? You are embodying your mission. Yes, absolutely. Burst, be happy. Thank you for the encouragement. We love you. Love you too. Thank you. Because authentic expression of self, with a capital S, I like that, is the most beautiful thing ever. You did it already. I was just worried you wouldn't. Read the book. Keep going. Yeah. No need to worry for me, but I appreciate the sentiment. Alright, we can feel for them and offer what we do, but we can't walk their journeys for them. Yep, precisely. All I can do is do my best from where I am, express myself, authentic expression of self. Yeah, beautiful. Alright. Boots on the ground, that's right. That's right. Boots on the ground. Okay. Well, Sharice, I hope it didn't run you off. We'll continue here. Did I have it on the right? Okay. All right, let's continue. Where were we? Thank you for being here. You're very welcome. Oh, baby. Wonderful. Self-confidence. Okay, bold assertion by you while you are in a partly subjective state awakens what you affirm. Bold assertion by you while you're in a partly subjective state, so that sleepy state that's sort of like, when you're just groggy in the morning and you're even just waking up in the morning and you're still like halfway in your dream and halfway like waking up. That's the exact place we're talking about. Self-confidence on your part and the thorough belief in the truth of your mental assertion are all that is needed to produce results. So going back to what, I'm forgetting her name right now. What Amber was saying earlier. Is that really all that it was? It Amber? Whoever it was that said, is it really all that it takes to... It wasn't Amber, it was someone else. Worried you weren't going to read the comments. Oh, I see, yeah. I'm out for the evening. Y'all be safe. You as well. Be safe. Enjoy your evening. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the encouragement and everything you offer, Amanda, and have a great night. We'll see you on Tuesday. Take care. Anyways, it really is that simple is what I'm trying to say. Someone's asking if that was all that it really takes is just to feel the knowing of it. And yeah, just getting yourself convinced and letting feelings be your guidance. All right. Visualize the subject and imagine that you hear his voice. So here's that just practical. He's about to give what you can do, how you can create, this imaginal act. So visualize the subject and imagine that you hear his voice. This establishes contact with his subjective mind. Then imagine that he is telling you what you want to hear. If you want to send him words of health and wealth, then imagine that he is telling you, I have never felt better and I have never had more. And mentally tell him of your joy in witnessing his good fortune. So this is just an example. If you want something good to happen for someone, here's an example of what you can imaginally tell this person in your mind. This is an example. You could do this with anything that you want to imagine. Anything that you want to imagine. And this just helps create the feeling. It sets the scene. Remember, you're the director, you're the actor, the producer, the set designer, you're all of it. So just imagine that person is telling you something like this. I've never felt better and I have never had more. And them hugging you or shaking your hand or high-fiving you, fist bumping you, whatever. And then mentally tell him of your joy in witnessing his good fortune. So rebuttal. Give it to him or her back. Congratulations, I'm so happy for you. You've worked hard for this. And loop that endlessly. Imagine that you see and hear his joy. A mental conversation with the subjective image of another must be in a manner which does not express the slightest doubt as to the truth of what you hear or say. You can't doubt it. You have to completely believe it. If you have the least idea that you do not believe what you have imagined, you have heard and seen, the subject will not comply, for your subjective mind will transmit only your fixed ideas. Only fixed ideas can awaken their vibratory correlates in those toward whom they are directed. In the controlled reverie, ideas must be suggested with the utmost care. If you do not control your imagination in the reverie, your imagination will control you. So you have to be conscious enough in that state akin to sleep, that sleepy, feels like you're about to go into a nap. You have to try and maintain that as long as you can, so that you don't kind of run off with a different imaginal act as you're kind of nodding off to sleep. You want to be able to sustain it as long as you can. So whatever you suggest with confidence is law to the subjective mind. That's a good way to put it. Whatever you suggest with confidence is law to the subjective mind. It is under obligation to objectify that which you mentally affirm with that confidence. Okay? Not only does the subject execute the state affirmed, but he does it as though the decision had come of itself, or the idea had originated by him. So your buddy who's, he's going to think that the idea or the success came to himself out of nowhere without his doing or without anything, when he doesn't realize that it was because of your subjective impression of what you wanted for him. That is why he is realizing that in his life. Which ultimately just means that you're meeting up with the version of him who gets to realize it in his life. So it's not like you're doing it for him, but you're shifting to that version of him who's experiencing it. Control of the subconscious is dominion over all. Each state obeys one mind's control. Control of the subconscious is accomplished through control of your beliefs, which in turn is the all-potent factor in the visible states. Imagination and faith are the secrets of creation. And that's the end of chapter 4 of Prayer, The Art of Believing, written in 1945 by Neville Goddard. All right, with that, I'm going to take another quick break. It'll be quick. We've been going 3.5 hours already. I'll take a break. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat, or comments, throw them in the chat while on the break, and I'll get to them afterwards. We'll conversate, and then we might just, depending on your conversation and your questions, I'll take it as long as you want and need. But if not, we'll probably call it a night. It's been a really good stream so far, and appreciate you guys, all the moments. If you guys have made it this far, if you're watching this back, if you're watching this now and you're just in the background and you're appreciating this information and the intention that I have with these live streams on my YouTube channel, it would mean a lot to me if you would subscribe to the YouTube channel. It would mean the world to me to have you part of this journey and this community and this movement that I'm creating with all of you, so that we can continue to evolve together and help each other to build momentum on our new beliefs and definitions, so that we could be the most self-expressive, unconditionally happy and loving beings that we can possibly be, which will allow us to be the most and best gift to the world that we could possibly be, because we're being a gift to ourselves by sharing our gifts. So I love you guys very much, and drop those comments, drop those questions in the chat if you have them, and I'll be right back. Okay, welcome back, welcome back. Oh, what a good day. Today is a great day, this daylight savings time day, as spring is going to keep on springing. Or it has not yet sprung, but it's about to, and great time for us to start planting new seeds. What seeds are you guys planting in these days to come, in these weeks to come, for this year and for your future? Let me know what you guys are feeling. What are you intending this year to be? What are you intending for your lives to be? What are you putting out there? What soil are you tilling within your soul right now so that you can plant the seeds in order for them to flourish and be ready for harvest at the right time? Because that's all that any of us are really doing at any time is, we're getting ready. We're getting ready for the times that are ahead of us, which are beautiful. The times ahead are absolutely beautiful, abundant, loving, graceful, fun, exciting, challenging, helpful, delightful, peaceful. Amazing times are ahead of us. But before that time comes, there will likely be a lot of chaos, just like we're seeing in the world right now. A lot of chaos has to come first. Old systems have to come crashing down that are no longer at the level of vibration that many of us are beginning to vibrate at. The world is changing. The world we know it is ending. But it's not the end of the world. It's just the end of the world as we know it, which is pretty exciting. New things are on the horizon. That's why I'm here for you guys in this way, to help you to be ready for the storm that's here, the storm that's coming. Doesn't mean it has to last a really long time or that it has to be super intense or destructive for us as individuals in our lives. It likely will be destructive in the sense of those old systems needing to come down in order for new ones to be built up that are more filled with light. It's not the worst of times, and I know it can really seem like it from what's going on around and from what people can convince you of what the meaning of it all is. If you're looking at mainstream media and seeing how they argue and connive and manipulate against each other to try and convince the other side that they're right and they're wrong and this is the way that it is, and then it's going to seem like some tough times. It's going to seem like it's the worst of times. It's going to seem like things are really like there's no hope. But turn your face to God. Turn your face to the light, which is inside of you, which is who you are. We don't all have to agree. It would be a pretty boring life if we all agreed. It's fun to have different perspectives. That's how we grow. That's how we challenge each other. That's how we challenge each other to be open enough to evolve our perspectives and merge them with others if they resonate, or to even more strongly solidify what we know even more strongly from the opposition. From the opposition, we become stronger. And we either become stronger because we become more solid in our beliefs and our definitions of ourselves and the world and of reality, or they become stronger because you merge them with someone else's perspective that wakes you up to something new. And in that way you get stronger and become stronger and wiser. So you literally can't lose as long as you have that positive mindset. It's all for your growth. It's all helping you. It's all showing you who you really are. Everything around us, everything around you right now is showing you who you are. It's showing who you really believe yourself to be. And if you don't like that out picturing right now, then change the definition of who you are. You do that best by just letting go of the old identity and deciding what is real for you, deciding what truly lights you up and resonates. That's how you do that the best and the most swiftly. Just start having a little more conviction with what you decide you are and what you're not. Who are you? Who are you in this world and who are you not? Just because you're not that thing that you don't prefer to be doesn't mean inherently that it's negative or that it's bad. It just means it's not you. You don't have to judge it. You don't have to judge others who are embodying maybe that side of you that you've let go of or are letting go of when you see it. But you can accept it and bless them on their journey, but you can know that they don't have to go on your journey with you, and they won't. That opposition will only be there, and those enemies will only be there if they really need to be, if they're really a part of your growth, if you really need it. And guess what? That can actually be a part of your excitement as well. Your enemies, your challenges, you can define those as part of your excitement as well. When they happen, when they come up, it doesn't mean that they'll always be present in your life, but if they do come up, if you come across your enemy, what you would maybe deem your enemy, someone who's very opposing to your will or your beliefs or your mission, that can be a part of your excitement. Oh, that can be part of your excitement. And it is. It is a part of your excitement. You're just not defining it so. You're seeing that as something that you have to overcome, or as something that you did wrong to manifest it, or something that's gone wrong, or any of those things. You don't have to define it that way. That's just my suggestion and offering. You can if you wish. I don't care. I'm just offering you a perspective that I believe will change your life. But take it or leave it. It's all good. But truly, it can really, your enemies, the seemingly negative circumstances, the things that don't go right, if viewed, in my estimation, correctly, you would define it as part of your excitement. Amber, hello again. I fell asleep and probably will again soon. Oh, so you're already falling asleep to my voice like we were talking about. Well, that's a good sign. Well, I'm definitely going to do what you suggested. And get that night meditation, get the sleep meditation with some nice music, some good scenery that I have. I'm going to get that going for us. Good night or day, everyone. Yes, good night. Good night, good night. If you fall asleep again, thank you for just throwing me on as you're dozing off. That really means a lot to me. That's really cool. That's awesome. Thanks for dropping back in. Thanks for the clarity. Sweet dreams. Think of the things that you want in life and feel it as strongly as you can. Just try that as you go back to sleep right now. Amber, likely right now you're very in that drowsy state. You've just woken up from a nap. You're still kind of in that haze between being asleep and being awake. That's the manifestation zone. That's the exact spot. So if you could pick one little thing that you want to manifest, whether that's for you or for someone else, just imagine a quick scene that implies that wish fulfilled and feel it. Have it create the feelings. And just play it over and over until you go to sleep. And then see what happens. See if anything changes. See if you behave differently tomorrow. See if something synchronistic or unexpected happens to you within the week. Just see and take note of it and be aware of it. That's something you can maybe do right now. Great opportunity you have right now. I fell asleep and will probably again soon. Perfect time to do that. Enemies are always present in mine, apparently. I love it. Join the line, haters. It's a test of character and strength, and it's rare for people to stand their truth when the crowd is against them. Yeah, it is. Because that crowd can convince a lot of people that they're wrong and that the crowd is right. Many people might oppose you. Many groups, many sanctions may oppose you in your life. But we got to see that as a good sign. We could define that as a good sign. And we can have that be a part of our excitement. It can be a part of our expression. You can see it as a game. You can embrace it and love it like you do, Charisse. And then you'll get the most out of it and you'll grow the most from it. But I get it, and I certainly don't, have all that perfected. Not at all. I'm still learning and growing in it too. It's challenging, when people, even a large group or just someone it's if you're not strong in your conviction and knowing who you are, it's easy for them to throw you off and make you feel like you're doing something wrong or that you are wrong. But just embrace it and learn from it. You're only feeling that way because a part of you believes that they're right. And that's the tricky thing, is that you're a part of it. You're only believing and getting thrown off because some part of you believes that they're right. And that's the only reason it's getting you upset. Because you have this push-pull between you and them and you and you. Are they right? Maybe they're right. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Maybe what I'm doing is inappropriate. Maybe what I am doing is not who I really am. But, I feel good being who I am, so that can't be true. It feels good expressing myself and expressing the things that I'm saying that's pissing all these people off. It feels really good to express this side of me. So I can't be wrong, because I can never really be wrong. I can never really get it wrong. If it feels good, then I'm right. If it feels right, then I am right. I'm conscious enough. I'm aware enough. I know if I'm causing harm and if I'm not. I know if my intentions are good and if they're not, and my intentions are really good. I am who I am. I am that I am. Not everyone has to agree with me. It would be kind of lame if everyone agreed with me. Life would be pretty boring if everyone just agreed with me all the time. There would be no challenge. It would just be all unicorns and rainbows and happily ever afters. And there would be no growth or expansion from that. That's kind of lame. So maybe it's actually a good sign that people are opposing me, that people are coming against me and testing my character and testing whether I really am strong, or testing my conviction. Am I really who I'm saying I am? Or am I just going to let the crowd dictate who I am? Am I just going to let the opinions of others dictate what I choose to express and what I don't? The choice is always yours. The choice is always mine and ours, and it always will be. Convince yourself somehow that feeling good and if what you're saying feels good, convince yourself that that's enough to know that you're doing what you need to be doing. You're saying what you need to be saying. People oppose it, fine. People opposed everything that Jesus had to say and do. That didn't stop him. He didn't concern himself with the opinions of sheep. He kept going. A lion does not worry himself with the opinions of sheep. That was actually one of my favorite quotes. I have not thought of that quote in a long time, but growing up, I heard that, and that has always resonated. The lion is never concerned with the opinions of sheep. Doesn't mean the sheep are bad. Doesn't mean the sheep don't deserve a voice. It just means that you don't concern yourself with those voices. You don't attach yourself to them. You don't relate to them. You don't resonate to them. And you can actually thank those sheep because they are helping you to be stronger in your conviction. They are helping you to decide, well, is this who I am? Or is this not who I am? Are they right? Is feeling good and expressing what feels good not the answer? Is expressing what feels right not the answer? Or is it actually the answer? And you know the answer to that. You do. Oh, hey there, Amanda, you're back. What role does the lion play to the sheep? Yeah, that was just like a quote that I heard when I was a kid that always resonated. But, I think the lion is your embodied truth. Yeah. The lion is your embodied truth. And your embodied truth does not worry about the concern or the opinions of the sheep. Does that make sense? Again, it's not like the sheep are bad. They actually could be very big helpers to, again, solidify your beliefs and your convictions even stronger. So yeah, the lion is your embodied truth, and your embodied truth does not concern itself with the opinions and the agreeances of others. It just spouts it out, expresses it unconditionally for its own sake, because it feels good, because it feels right, because it resonates within the lion to be true. And that's how you become a leader. That's how you truly lead. That is how you truly shepherd the sheep so that they can become their own lions and they can shepherd their own flock of sheep, herd of sheep. You become the example. The lion is the leader. The lion is the example. The lion is the leader of example of what it looks like to embody the truth unconditionally. Fearless of the opinions of others, the disagreements, the disappointments of others, the others saying that you're inappropriate, any of those things. Are you a lion or are you a shepherd? I'm both. Oh, I know, I agree with that. Yep. Makes perfect sense. So paradoxically, you are both. Well, or you have been. Maybe you have been the sheep in your life before and you're learning to become the lion. But yeah, those sheep are also you as well. Everything is you out. Everything is you pushed out. So yeah, those sheep are a part of you. Exactly, and that's why you can use them. You can use them positively. You can use them to help represent your strength even stronger, even if they disagree. Even if they say you're being inappropriate, if you're wrong, if you're blasphemous. That's just their perspective. And it's all good. The lion doesn't worry about it. The shepherd doesn't worry about the opinions of sheep either. Yeah, I'm both. The lion represents strength, protector. No, you are both lion and shepherd. Exactly. Yeah, I'm both, baby. I am both the lion and the shepherd. The lion is the shadow aspect of the shepherd. Yeah, I suppose. To me, they're one and the same in this example. The lion could be a shepherd as well. Yeah. It's good stuff. That's fun. Like, I haven't thought of that quote in so many years. And it still resonates just as hard in a whole new way. I never looked at it in exact way. Pretty close, but from a different lens and perspective right now, for sure. But yeah, don't worry about it. The lion eats the sheep, the shepherd protects them. Yeah, yeah. I think we're, yeah. I don't want to get like too literal. It's just more about but yeah, the archetypes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel what you're saying. But just for simplicity, for the audience and for people watching, that was what I meant from the line. We don't have to go too deep. It can get confusing a little bit if we try to peel apart too many things. Keep it simple. I always recommend keeping things simple, and when it resonates, and all that. Be right back. Oh, sorry, shutting up. No, you're good. You're good. Man, you're running errands. You're a busybody today, Amanda. Very, very busy. But I appreciate you busying yourself with the live as well. Don't apologize. You're good. I forget you're talking to more than just me. Yeah, well, that's good. That means, I don't know. I am talking to just you in a way, you know? Whenever I shoot videos and stuff, I'm really just talking to one person. So on these live streams, in a sense, yeah. So that's good that you're getting that sensation. But yeah. I know, we will need our own session sometime, Amanda, so we can dive even deeper into those concepts and such. Hope that's resonating with all of you, just passing through. If that resonates, I'd love if you would subscribe to the channel. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. I want you to continue coming back and learning and expressing in these live streams and gaining different perspectives through the videos I put out there. So it would mean a lot if you guys would subscribe, if you guys are here just in passing, or if you've just been here in the background for most of the time. It would really mean a lot to me if you just jump to the homepage, one click, subscribe. That's going to be awesome. So thank you guys very much. It's always a pleasure, always a blissful pleasure to be here with all of you guys, sharing myself with you live here, and not just being the one behind the camera. I appreciate getting to know all of you. I appreciate your questions and comments, even if you're not questioning or commenting. I appreciate just your presence in watching, because your presence, whether you realize it or not, watching this live is dictating and adding to the conversation and is helping and assisting. So I thank you for that as well. Truly, 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 I'm thankful for that. And your presence is my currency, absolutely. But I appreciate the exchange of energy through a subscription every once in a while. Or if you're on Twitch, drop the follow so we can get to 50. We're just looking to get to we're getting to 50 people, 50 followers on Twitch, so that we can get affiliated, and then I get just more little trinkets that go with that, and you guys do too. So it'll be kind of more fun to sprinkle that in. I think Twitch is just starting to get used to my presence on here. I am streaming to Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. And then also, if you guys, I put a link at the top of this chat to my my Facebook page. Excuse me. I have to get to 100 followers there to be able to go live, and then I'll be able to go live from Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook simultaneously and grow this even more. So if you don't mind just following that page, I'm not spamming it with a bunch of stuff. You won't get, too many notifications. I'll be posting reels on there too, so you might get some, I don't know, but would appreciate it. But if not, it's all good. The hairstyle is nice. Every time you have it loose, I keep waiting for you to tie it up because that bothers me when my hair is in my face. I know, sometimes it just gets to be too much. But thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you like the bun up style. I do too. It feels good to get the weight off my head, That's something I didn't anticipate with long hair, is just like that feeling of weight on your head. Putting it up just feels really honestly like therapy sometimes. It feels really good. So yeah, we'll have to do some different, put it up a little more for sure. Put the hair up so that we can let it down when it's time to get serious. Yeah, we'll see. I'm debating whether in the summer I'm going to cut it Only thing about shorter hair for me is that I just can't find a barber or a hairstylist that does it good. And that's what I like about just growing my hair out long, is that it just looks how it looks when it's long, and I take care of it, and you can't really mess up a long haircut. At least I haven't found, if I'm just wanting to maintain like the length and stuff. So that's really the only thing that kind of trips me up about going short again, is that I just feel like people kind of do weird things with shorter haircuts. It's harder to do, I think. So that's one of the reasons I grew out my hair in the first place, is because I was kind of tired of that. So got to find a good hairstylist, and I kind of live in a isolated place, you know. So it's hard to find like a good stylist who you can trust. Cut it for sure, 100%. You don't want the long hair anymore? Or get someone to braid it into like Dorothy Good God. That would be something. You're like Pippi Longstocking. That would be quite the look, huh? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that would be hilarious. That would be pretty funny. But yeah, it just took so long to get it here, you know. It was such a commitment. And I've enjoyed it for a little bit. I mean, it took me 3 years to get here. 2 years, I don't know. It's a process, you know. But yeah, I just don't like people screwing up the haircuts. Pisses me off. It's just easier this way. In some ways. But it's cool. It's a different thing. A different feeling, you know. Yeah, I think in certain cultures, men with long hair were looked at as like very masculine and carried a lot of knowledge and energy in their hair or something like that. So carrying that energy a little bit with it. Keep it at your shoulder to be safe. Yeah, shoulder length. Yeah. I know, but then God, I'm so conflicted. Oh, it's awful. I'm very conflicted. But yeah, you're right. That's probably like, at least do that to be safe in case I don't like it and want it to grow back out or something. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I never go short. Like, I don't like the super, super short, but man, I can't imagine how it's going to feel to get this off. It's probably going to feel really good. Yeah, it really might. It'll be fun. It'll be a fun journey. We'll see what happens. How it all lines itself up. Well, I appreciate you guys. We have officially hit the 4-hour mark. 4 hours and 11 minutes and 35 seconds to be exact. And so that means I've actually been streaming for the 4 hours. Yeah, it's been great. I appreciate all the conversation, all the moments. Some really good moments. Every stream is a little bit different. Everything's really great. Things are moving forward. I appreciate all the people who are subscribed and who are, you know, commenting and liking and watching the videos that I do and coming on these live streams, being brave and courageous just to chat and say hello and ask questions, ask for clarity, make comments. It's been a huge blessing to me, as we've seen in this stream. I really do appreciate it. It really does fill my soul to the brim. I really do. It helps me. And to have this outlet, I don't take it for granted, so really appreciate it. Later, alligators. I'll have to rewatch this one. Max, thank you for a great ep as usual. Yep, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Sharice. Thank you for your comment earlier, for a perfect reflection and synchronicity that I needed. Have a great night. Take care of yourself. We'll see you on Tuesday. And thanks for being here as always, my friend. Yeah, and all you guys who are coming late, you know, this is always up on my YouTube channel under the live streams. You'll be able to see all the live streams I've ever done, so you can watch the evolvement of it. There's a lot of information in so many of these, so many great moments. You could just play it on as you're running errands or doing chores or the laundry or cleaning the house or making a meal. Just throw it on and listen and see if something strikes you. See if something gives you an epiphany or some kind of, you know, it might surprise you. It really might. It really, really might. But unless anyone else has any last minute burning questions or comments or hellos that they want to say that they've been here but just didn't want to say hey earlier, that's fine. You know, you could do that real quick too. So I'll give it a couple more minutes or another minute to just any last burning questions. I'll stay on here as long as you guys have questions and comments and we're talking and things like that. Because I just want to help you and it fills me up. But if not, then we'll call it a night. It's been great. Great Sunday, first day of not spring, but daylight savings time over here in the West. So sprung forward an hour, and it's already, I guess, 6 o'clock, and still plenty of sunlight out, and it would usually be dark. So pretty cool. Okay. Last chance here. Last chance for something. I'll be back Tuesday. We're doing these Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. Those are down pat. The times just be flexible. I always put the schedule out so when you see I'm going live, it'll appear on your homepage if you're subscribed. So you'll know a few hours ahead of time, if not a little bit more than a few hours ahead of time when I'm going live, so you don't miss it. So I'm just trying to fit it into my schedule in a way that works for the people who are overseas and the people who are over here in the West with me, so that I can get as many people on here as we can, and we can all transform together as much as we can. So with that said, I love you guys very much. Here we all are once again, and these are the times. Enjoy the times that you're in right now. That's the only way that they'll change. Enjoy where you're at now and anticipate the good of the future. These are the times. Much love, guys. Take care.